That might be more of the projector than either of these. You could try bypassing the splitter and see if that changes it.
That's what they told us, I think, that we have to do for the...
Yeah, that's what the AV guys told me over in the other room. Let's see what happens if I change it to only.
Oh, it does not like that.
It does not like that.
Take the splitter out. The splitter sometimes does the artifacting, and some computers don't like it. So here, try that.
Yep.
Let's see it on the live stream.
There we go.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yep. Pardon me.
It's not sway, but it's okay.
Actually, let's see. No, that's supposed to open the LibreOffice, damn you.
I always PDF my slides. We just had it.
Where the hell? Oh, there it is.
I'm supposed to introduce you and say what we're talking about, but I'm kind of a last-minute room captain. The other guy ditched, so
It's fine, I can do it.
What's your name and what are you talking about?
So my name's Sean, and I developed the Kalpa Desktop, which is a OpenSUSE tumbleweed-based immutable. And that's sort of what this talk about. That's why I call it what it is, you know, immutable, but not. So, you know, WTF is immutable. A lot of people throw this term around, and at the most basic, all of us that fall under the immutable umbrella, it's a read-only base file system is really what it boils down to. Fedora Atomics do it one way, we do it a different way. Nix has something similar, Vanilla OS. They're all, I mean, everybody's kind of got their own version of it. So all of the things that fall under the heading of immutable have a way to modify the base file system. And it's actually a terrible description of what we do, and it should die in a fire, and I wish people would stop using the term. The only reason I use it is because people kind of know what I'm talking about. So, you know, why do we call things immutable? Well, most of us don't anymore. Kalpa, the term we use is transactional because of the mechanism we use. Fedora Atomic, they use the Atomic moniker. You're a Nix guy. What does Nix call their model?
Oh, some pretentious academic thing.
Sure.
So,
Immutable, reproducible.
Yeah.
That's
Everybody's calling it something, and it's done that way, honestly, because not all of us are using the same technology to achieve what's going on. So why is in my case, a transactional system something you would want? Well, so on a traditional system, which I'm talking about a read-write, fully read-write system, you know, Tumbleweed, Fedora, Arch, Debian, pick your distro. All of your updates when you're getting your packages from the repositories are going to be running as root and have full access to do everything they want to do to the file system. And it can have unintended consequences. Tumbleweed in particular, being an OpenSUSE guy, if you run a zipper dup on a live system, it's going to update libraries underneath your running processes. Sometimes they will crash. One of the famous ones is the desktop crashes because it restarts services. And if you haven't done the precaution of opening up a screen or a tmux session and running your update in that, you get a broken update. And then there's also weird edge cases with some hardware where hardware doesn't get brought back up when the services come back up. So what we do with Kalpa is we never touch the running system. We snapshot your running system using the ButterFS snapshot features, and then we run a traditional zipper transaction in a new snapshot. And then the snapshot gets set as your default snapshot. You reboot the machine and you've got your updates. And they're fully atomic. If something goes wrong with the update, it just discards that new snapshot. And then it tries again in the next maintenance window. Part of Kalpa setup is we do automatic updates of things. I just had a fun one. I was over in the AV room checking and my computer decided it wanted to do a firmware update. Great. So, and in the rather rare event, I've been working on this for 3 years. I've had twice this has happened where I've booted into a new snapshot, and usually it's Mesa or the AMD GPU driver that goes funky. All I have to do is roll back to the last snapshot, and I'm fine. This is I don't have a graphical tool for doing this yet. I'm currently developing one. But this is how I would do it if I needed to. You just go into the terminal, it's transactional update, roll back to the previous snapshot, reboot the machine, and all of those changes are gone. And actually in the next cleanup, it will delete that snapshot and start over again. So, you know, what is the big deal with this? It looks just like regular old Linux. All the files are in the same places. In the case of Kalpa, you know, etc is still read-write because you have to configure things. I leave user local read-write, so if you're doing things locally, you can still use user local like you always would if you're doing development or whatever. But it isn't really. Zipper being the OpenSUSE package manager, you can see if you try and run Zipper in, I just picked NeoChat off the top of my head, it's going to tell you, you're in a read-only file system. We can't do this. There is a way to do it, which is through the transactional update command. And what this does, just like you would a regular update, it will generate a new snapshot, install the RPM, and then set that as a snapshot to reboot into. I don't have it well documented because I'm still writing some guardrails around it. You can do a live apply in this case if you're just doing an application. If you're doing something that installs drivers or changes a bunch of libraries, doing live apply is really not a good idea. On any system, it's not just Kalpa. But I posit, based on the way I do this, you shouldn't do this. Most of your desktop applications for a desktop context don't need to be in the base system. And my primary application delivery is Flatpaks through FlatHub. Because it does create a separation between the base system and the desktop where all of your applications are living in your home directory, and you can just smoke your home directory if you break something, which I've done multiple times. And most of this is done through Discover, which is provided by Plasma, by the KDE developers. If you're on GNOME, it would be GNOME software. Various different desktops do different things. So, you know, if you need an application, you just use Discover. Or if you really like the terminal, you can use the Flatpak command in the terminal. And everything that by default is installed user. So, but then you run into the problem, well, FlatHub doesn't have this application. What am I going to do? I don't support app images out of the box because I don't want to deal with the old app images in the Fuse 2 libraries because that's deprecated and go away, please. But, you know, DistroBox is there by default. If you've got an application that's only in the AUR, spin up an Arch DistroBox, works fine. If all you've got is a deb or something Ubuntu specific, this is basically the command line workflow for it. You spin up a container. In this case, I did a Debian container. Install my application, and then you do DistroBox export, and your application will be there in the menu. And from the user perspective, the first launch of it, yes, you notice a slight delay because it's bringing the container up. But I'm talking a couple of seconds, and actually once the container's set up, you don't have that delay anymore. So that is that method for that. So in summary, Flatpak would be your first option, DistroBox would be your second. Transactional update, last rarely and only if you really need it. One of the applications that I have installed through RPM is VS Code, just because the dev container setup is so much easier if I've got it installed as an RPM than trying to do it as a Flatpak. Pretty much, Flatpak sort of right now falls on its butt anytime it has to get out of its sandbox. So there are applications, if you're in doing audio work and you need that direct hardware access, you would probably want to use transactional update and install. Oh, I actually got through that faster than I thought I would. But I get a lot of, when I say the immutable thing, like Fedora Atomics, they are modifiable through either layering RPMs. That has a downside of making your updates a little slow because it's rebuilding the image locally, basically. Or what you would do is you do like what the Universal Blue folks are doing with Bazite and Bluefin, where you just add what you need to the Docker file, and you just have an image that's already got your extra stuff built into it. And they've done a really good job of making that pretty painless, you know, if you like the Fedora ecosystem. I haven't looked that deeply into Vanilla OS yet to see what they're doing. Their system's using LVM thin provisioning and an AB root setup, which is very similar to what Android does. But there's a lot of misconceptions out there that I see constantly about, well, it's immutable, I can't modify it. No, absolutely you can. You've got root access. Technically, you can take this and remount everything read-write, and it doesn't care. It's just, you're gonna potentially, OpenSUSE, because that's what I'm based on, has a pretty bad habit of, if you start adding extra RPM repositories outside of the ones that go through testing, so like the old Ubuntu PPAs, you can run into some really weird stuff in update breakage. The other reason I'm set up like this and using the Flatpaks is this gets me around most of the problem with the video software patents for the codecs, because those are in the runtimes from FlatHub. The one big sticker, and this applies not just to me, but to most of the quote-unquote immutables, is if you need the NVIDIA proprietary video drivers. Luckily, I have a community member that wrote a very nice tutorial on how to get those to work, and that is on my website. I'm trying to document as much as possible. So that's kind of what I got. If anybody has any questions, I'm more than happy to try and answer them.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty new to the land of immutable desktops. I recently started using Fedora Silverblue and was, doing like Nix Home Manager for my Flatpaks and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I like for the Lfnw proprietary drivers and such, and for the and then for like the NVIDIA drivers and things like that. My sort of mental model is that it's like creating this commit. And it's basically whenever you have to update the base system, it's then trying to apply this like patch on top of the base system.
And that's what RPM OS currently does.
Mm-hmm. And so is that how it's going to work similarly in OpenSUSE? Like, what are the differences in terms of the base
so
stuff?
As far as the system's concerned, everything happening other than being on a read-write file system, it's all traditional RPM transactions under the hood. I like to use the term that we compose locally. There's no image up in the cloud that you're pulling as a blob and then, applying. We're just using the ButterFS snapshot capabilities to protect you from some of the things that can go wrong. As I said, the last time I talked to the Fedora Atomic guys, I don't think automatic updates are working yet.
Yeah.
They are working with Kalpa. There is a counterpart to Kalpa called Aeon, run by another developer that's the GNOME desktop. There's some slight differences between what I'm doing and what he's doing, but we're based off the same setup. And so we don't have the issue of having to do this compose where you're making this commit with the extra stuff. And I think, if I remember right, that capability is going away when the switch to boot C comes. I think what they're going to be there is using systemd system extensions, which somebody will probably crucify me for saying it wrong, because I don't. Basically, what you're doing there is you're building a system extension that gets mounted as an overlay and doesn't have the problem of having that commit and the recompose locally on Fedora Atomics. So it should speed things up considerably if that's the ecosystem you're in. Anybody else?
You're using ButterFS snapshots for this. Is there plans to support like other copy on write things like ZFS or a Bcache or something?
There's not, simply because I can't ship OpenZFS because of OpenSUSE policies, and that's where I'm working out of.
Sure.
And I just don't want to touch Bcache because I'm dealing with another out-of-tree kernel module.
Yeah.
It's not that I dislike Bcache, I just, from a maintenance perspective and an end-user support.
Some drama associated with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually like Bcache quite a bit. Just, it's problematic from a user support as the guy putting this together.
Yeah, I was wondering what, so I'm a Bluefin user, and so obviously relies heavily on Flatpak for graphical applications, and their solution for things you might want to add that are terminal-based is actually Homebrew. I was curious.
That's actually funny because
It has pluses and minuses, but
I use Brew.
okay.
Mostly minuses.
The only reason that it's not there in default in Kalpa actually has to do with the policies on what I can and can't ship out of the OpenSUSE repos.
Okay.
So it works fine.
Yeah.
It's just something the user has to choose to install after
Right.
install. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I use it all the time.
Yeah, it's been fine for me on Bluefin. I think one of the things that they've done is they kind of, in their build process, they make sure that Bluefin or that Brew is like the last thing added to the pat, which helps avoid some of the pat issues that can come up.
I actually stole their patches to make it work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I talk to George and to Noel and Kyle pretty regularly, so.
Okay, yeah.
And most of the time, George is trying to convince me to switch to boot C.
He's a big fan.
He is. Yep. Anybody got anything else they'd want to ask? Yes, Derek.
Can I ask weird questions?
Ask weird questions.
So I'm curious, I learned recently that there's this weird system D reboot thing that reboots just user space, and I wondered, has anybody started trying to use that to avoid the BIOS?
I know that Richard, who is my counterpart that runs Aeon, has been playing with that. From what I understand, he's not really thrilled with it yet. It's not quite doing what it claims on the tin just yet. But it's also still in fairly active development. I think maybe it got pushed into systemd stable a little sooner than it should have. But I'll be honest, on relatively modern hardware, it's not saving you that much time over just doing a reboot. I could see use cases for it. It's not one that I've encountered enough that I've really explored trying to enable it.
Yeah, one of my theoretical work projects was going to be looking into ways to do effectively transactional updates and minimizing downtime on a bunch of weird medical devices, a little crazy, but given the burning wreckage that is my career right now, I guess I'm not doing that anymore.
Yeah, a lot of what I'm doing here is leveraging work that others have done and just packaging it in a desktop context. One of my personal design with the what I'm doing here is when you install Calpa, you're getting a very minimal install. You get a web browser, you get a terminal. Because it's not my computer, it's your computer. Why would I load you down with a bunch of applications you're probably not going to want? If you like Google Chrome, go install Google Chrome. I don't personally use it.
But you need a way for people to go look up help and then the terminal to
Yep.
face crazy things from stuff that was forwarded.
Yep. Oh, yes. And that is the other nice part about this is this system does protect you from an awful lot of the, just use this curl command to install.
Just curl the bash.
Yeah, and Calpa's going to tell you to go to hell. Because if it's trying to write to any of the read-only parts of the system, which a lot of those scripts do.
I got saved from something like that recently, where it was just like trying to modify some root set from a curl to bash.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, thanks.
I've been around long enough that if I run into one of those, I just go package it in RPM and do it that way. If it's something I really want, or in this case, if I just want to check it out, and I use Brew to grab it most of the time, assuming it's in Brew. The other one that comes up fairly often are snaps, which I don't philosophically have a problem with snaps as an application delivery method. The biggest problem with snaps are if you enable snaps, because I use SE Linux and snaps are designed to run on AppArmor, they will work on Calpa, but you're losing out on a whole bunch of the security and sandboxing features because they rely on AppArmor. That's why it's not there by default. If a user wants to use them, they can. I'm just not enabling it by default for anybody because I don't want that responsibility.
So on this system, like I remember when I wanted to add when I wanted to add the /nix directory, I had to on Fedora Silverblue, I had to enable transient root and whatnot, and then do a bunch of nonsense in order to get that. What would that process look like with this open source?
So right now, I'm in the process of getting myself to. I'm still labeling this an alpha because I've got some installer issues. With the beta release, the best way to do that is actually to go in to the open build service, which is where everything's built, copy my Kiwi definition and add the Nix directory and generate your own image. I would be much happier with Nix and be more comfortable with supporting it on Calpa if I could put the store somewhere other than Nix store and not break everything. Because var is always writable on Calpa. If I could put it in var Nix store, it would be great. But I don't think Nix currently supports being able to do that.
You write to the Nix partition. I don't think I understand what the problem is there.
So as I understand it, and I have not looked at Nix in a while.
Sure.
The Nix store is in the root directory of
It's
/Nix
Yeah.
/store.
You can do a subvolume with Btrfs of a partition to do that, but yeah, so I have it.
That I actually can do. I would just have to look into it. All of the file system is Btrfs subvolumes.
Yeah.
Generating another subvolume for Nix actually shouldn't be that hard. I just haven't done it.
Yeah, if you just generate, I just generate Nix there, then that's just on my Nixos config, it just mounts adds a /Nix subvolume there. It's pretty straightforward.
I haven't had anybody really bug me about Nix or contribute patches to enable it, so And since I don't regularly work with it, it's just not something I've.
We're very annoying. We don't bug you.
Yeah.
Early, I had a bunch of folks that were like, well, what about Nix? And I'm like, patch is welcome, please. If you can figure out Nix, I think you can figure out the patches to enable it. Okay, anybody else have anything they want to ask? Okay, good. That's about my time, and thank you for coming. And there's that back for you.
Thank you.
I would just park right here, recharge my batteries. You're free to go.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I'm on their server to kind of keep up with what's going on. I've contributed to both. Yeah,
Where's the expo hall?
That is in the G building down that way.
I've installed and I've stole some various things in there. And also.
That's the name.
yeah.
That's a description.
Okay, well, screw that, but that's the same place, because I grabbed it.
Yes.
Okay.
I've had you guys talk about, well, should we do that with Alpha? And I'm like, yeah, and the web, we can just use that as a. I'm sure he's told you.
What time's that? 11:30.
It's like, yes, I took the work out there. I look at like, I got a college. And it works fine.
I think the big, yeah, I heard some of the because it works fine for me, so like, as far as I can tell, the picture plays
Okay.
different hard drive, different SSDs, flat pack.
All these are
Oh, okay.
And I don't do that, and so it works. Right, but, yeah.
This one,
Actually, most of what I do, what Lou will do.
Who's your fishing technology?
That's got a good graphics card. Why would I run on my integrated graphics on my thing?
Right, right.
Oh, it's nice talking to you guys.
Yeah.
We'll figure out what everybody else.
I guess I need to know what box they're in.
That's what it's, I don't know.
Those are the,
It's next, it's 11:30.
we'll do,
Yeah, that's running local,
was it?
so that would be running at that local. So you wanna try the one?
Yeah, let's take a look at it, yeah.
Alright, let's just store for this one.
What time is that, 10:30? Wasn't that, at 10:30 was it?
That's at 11:30.
Oh, 11:30, okay. Thank you, Archie. That's right, National.
Yeah, whenever you're ready to, mosey over.
Was it?
So whenever you're ready to mosey over.
Yeah, I'm ready. What the hell, we get up though, I think. Hang on. I was concerned about the chair going away.
Yeah, too. Yes.
Hey, Jesse.
Hello.
You doing okay? You got all the announcements and stuff? In the Discord. Just like, are you keeping up? Because
I've been reading it.
Okay, good. Yeah, so we're just waiting for the next room captain to show up. He's doing the list of who needs to go where, in case there's some weird overlap. So just stick here for another 30-ish minutes till the next session. Hopefully the next, they will be here, the next person.
Do you want me to
I gotta fix the tripod
do
now.
something with that?
Yeah, I don't know where the
Okay.
adapter is for it. And I don't know why this thing doesn't want to spin, if it's like locked or something. But is it tight or- Oh, I can just really... That doesn't feel right. I'm gonna break it.
Hold on.
There we go. Yeah, more.
I might be tightening it.
Let me see. Oh, he's just really tight, yeah.
Okay. Hi there. I'm the speaker.
Hi.
Hello.
For 10:30?
Yep.
Okay.
Adam Williamson. I'm in the right room, the right time. Always a
Yeah, you're early,
Well,
so that's great.
you it's always a
We're-
good start to the morning.
Yeah, we're gonna switch out room captain here for you.
Okay.
But
Take your time, take your time.
just stick around here until next session. I'm gonna ask you who's supposed to be here. Actually, take this off so I don't drop it again. Hold it for me. And I'm gonna actually keep this for this.
Give me a minute to set
What do you think?
things here.
Okay, Josh, we have got
Come on.
Oh, yeah, somebody up there knows it.
That's not it, is it?
No. Yeah, I think all of them have that, but it should be okay. I just want to get it in. I don't know if it'll here.
No, that's not it. No, that's right. New window, thank you. Oh, right. I don't have a network. Do we have
Oh, yeah,
like
you need some
Ethernet
help.
up here, or?
Oh, you need internet?
I don't necessarily. I just
You
want to
use
open a
Wi-Fi.
website right now. Okay, yeah. I don't have the Wi-Fi
It's
information.
name is Linux Fest, and I'll get you the password.
Okay, thank you. Oh, there's a BTC hotspot.
No, it's
No.
called Linux
Okay.
Fest. Sorry. Let's see. Oh, maybe it's not.
Not seeing it. I mean, it's fine. I can just tap it to my phone. That may be the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, I think that's probably best.
Let's just go with that.
And then, do you have an HDMI connection?
I do, yeah. Let me get that set up. This.
We also have an adapter if you need it.
And now I did the AV check. This works.
Awesome.
Just need to put the. Unfortunately, it's on this corner. I don't know if
okay,
the
I
one
see.
on the other corner works. I mean, we can try it. If it doesn't, it's fine.
Yeah. So then,
Oh wait, there isn't even one on that corner, so we gotta go with this side.
So, is that a HDMI male on that end?
Yeah. It's yes.
And then so.
It goes in the splitter. We tested. It works through the splitter.
Oh, really?
They told us to.
Oh,
plug it-
in
they
the-
told me this in the media check. They told me to plug it into the splitter, so they pulled, I guess, one of them. Yeah.
Sorry. Let me make sure this is good.
Let's try it.
And then, there you go, right here. There we go.
There we go. Bingo. All right.
Make sure to put this in the box. I'll just put it on top. Since we're gonna put it back in the system. I'm just gonna. I'm getting a call from them. Okay, good. I'll be back before the 10:30. No.
Okay, that works. Excellent. Oh, I should see if I can get power to it. Should last, just in case. Oh, right now it goes over there, doesn't it? Does that work? I need to stop the presentation to find it. It kind of does. All right. Excellent. Good. I feel like this is a Friends of the Presenter kind of room. I feel like this is going to be a Friends of the Presenter kind of room.
Actually got a shirt about a month ago that says the 5 steps of debugging. It works on my machine, and then finally
always
it's
a good
like, how did
start.
that ever work? It's like everyone that's done this is like, we.
That's good.
But anytime you run into that kind of question, it's almost always a race condition. I found.
Very commonly, yeah, that's true. Or it's a driver that you don't have on your system. You know, it can be a few things, but yeah, that's a pretty common one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take your water bottle.
Hi there.
Hey.
Let's go. I saw you take one of our stickers this morning.
Oh yeah.
Wait, where are my notes? That's better.
It's still funny. But I'm debugging it.
You can go.
Yeah. I discovered, remember this, representative of psychometry. There's a thing in mathematics that's totally fascinating and completely useless as you know numbers. And you take like 16661 is a prime number. Next to.
Oh, so are we recording through this mic, or?
Yes, that is the
Okay, so I need to stay next to it.
at least like relatively close.
Okay. Cool.
Especially if it's like a battle or something. What things that guard because it's got 666 and 13 zeros. And it's represented by upside down powers. The smallest multi-digit problem is a large element. In my book, I had 2, 3, 5, 7. Huge calculus problem. And it's a whole area of mathematics that has absolutely no purpose whatsoever. It's going utility. Yeah.
That's interesting. I feel like I need a warm-up comedian. You
I know. It's
Tell a
like
few
some
gags.
opening act.
Yeah, yeah. How about that airplane food, huh? Jeez.
Here's some music.
Yeah, right. I
No.
guess. The guy in the
I'll turn the light switch on and off.
my Uber
you-
driver last night had this like country duo I never heard of playing. They were really good. I was like, oh, I got to take a note of them. I'm glad I did take a note because I've already forgotten their names. Could play some of that.
It's funny that they make like obviously you have to come in early and get everything
Right.
set up. But the second everything's set up, it's like, well, where'd you do
No,
that?
what do I do? Right? Yeah, yeah. You can never get that perfect time where it's like, you finish setting up, let's go. No, this is definitely better than conferences where you get a 5-minute changeover and everyone's like hurtling through the hallways trying to plug things in. This is definitely better.
I guess it's the benefit of it being like a smaller.
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I always like this conference. It's a good vibe. That AI transcription thing is scarily accurate. Okay.
It is, but isn't there hallucinates? Like earlier,
Oh, yeah.
it was saying like dry something. Or
Well, it's always been, there's a couple of years that, when this building was offline, but even in the early days here. So Adam, where do you travel from?
Just Vancouver.
Just
So
Vancouver?
yeah. So
The Canada?
yeah, the Canada, Vancouver.
Because there's two.
There are, yeah. We don't talk about the other one. I've been through the other one on the Amtrak. It's certainly there.
Yeah,
There's nobody from Vancouver, Washington here, is there? If there is, I feel terrible.
is Fedora based in Vancouver or is it?
Fedora is based everywhere.
Ah,
Like
I
Fedora
see.
is a Red Hat project, so it doesn't really have a home base.
That's
There's
fair.
people. We have people everywhere. You never know when you're talking to a Fedora person. I guess like historically it was kind of based out of Boston. That's where all the really old school Fedora engineering people are, and some of them are still there. You know, being cranky Boston people. I work from home. I've always worked from home, like even
Ah,
before it
that's
was cool.
Those were actually in Boston, though.
Yeah. People are always in like weird little satellite
Yeah,
suburbs of
Borough,
Boston. Yeah.
Mass, and then
Right.
Western Mass, and
Right.
then now it's Lowell, Mass.
Yeah.
There is a Boston office now, but it's mostly sales and marketing and
There's
communication stuff.
The engineers we still have there are technically attached to that office, I think, because they shut down the engineering center that was in Westford. That's gone
That's
now,
the
I
one that moved to
believe.
Lowell.
Yeah. Oh, right.
It's
That's in Lowell.
co-located
Yeah,
in
that's
a
right.
building with
You're right.
IBM.
Yeah, you're right. I had it
Yeah,
wrong.
the
You're
whole-
right.
There's a whole corridor up and down
Right.
the Lowell that traditionally was the heart of
Yeah.
technology. You had Data General, Wayne
Yeah.
Laboratories,
Yeah. All MIT people.
all fed by MIT.
Yeah.
Led Massachusetts just before the office shut down in Westford.
Oh,
I'm also Red Hat.
Yeah, it's a whole internal history. There's a fun. I always like the sort of the fun Easter egg that some of the older Horia bits of the Red Hat build chain are all named after obscure small towns in Massachusetts, and it's like, why is this thing named that? Yeah.
Weston, all
Yeah.
those are Massachusetts.
Massachusetts small towns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A bunch of the release code names were also
Right, the early
stuff
ones.
around
Yeah.
there.
Well, Windows was always had code games around Windows.
Yeah, they're like Washington
95 was Chicago,
places.
and then
Yeah.
there was, Cairo was 2000.
I can't decide whether I want to tuck the shirt in or not. Keep going back and forth on.
the thing is like it's hard to decide when it looks good both ways. You know. You're like,
Thank
"Ah,
you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Anybody else got any geographically based small talk?
Who's here from Black Diamond, Washington?
No, sorry.
You're from Michigan?
Okay, that's okay. Furthest travel. That's always a good one. Who's the farthest travel? We got Michigan. Can anyone raise Michigan?
Virginia.
Virginia. Okay. We're gonna have to go intercontinental next, I think.
So there's the old joke of where are you from? And the answer is, I'm from a place where they have in questions and prepositions. And so the response is, well, where are you from, asshole?
You say it's an old joke, but I've never heard it before.
Okay. I'm older. I don't know where a preposition is.
Well, I did English in high school. It was a long time ago. I used to know what a subjunctive was. Man, those were the days.
I took Latin.
I did too. Oh my God.
You will have never needed to use the future.
Let me see. Yeah, you had to conjugate things like puella, puellorum. There's 6 of them. There's too many of them. I can't. Oh, jeez.
It's been so long since high school. My wife and I picked up the Mad Lib one time. And we're like, what is that again? Just don't use any sort of adverbs and any of that. It's
Like a language game kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's been so long. Mostly just write code these days.
Yeah. All my cultural knowledge went out the window when I learned to code.
Code still has verbs and nouns.
Sorry.
Code still has verbs and nouns.
Well, that's true. That's true. That's very true. people. Hi. Come in, come in. Ooh, more people. Wow. I tell you what, since we have all this dead time to fill, I was going to do this during the talk, but it's short, so let's do it as a preamble. Like, I'm curious, like, what's the level in here? Are you all, like, super geniuses who are just here to pick holes in me, or are you, like, are people here like, I know nothing about this and I want to learn? Like, what's the vibe?
I mean, I banged my head against the wall a couple times.
Okay. Yeah.
I
Can't see.
graduated in the bottom half of my class.
All right, you're my people. Let's go.
Very, very curious about all things QE since
Okay.
there's a gaping hole in the QE and
Right, yeah.
team
Uh-huh.
for reasons.
Reasons, yeah. I think the reasons are public. Hi.
They are.
C-level student.
Okay. I like it. I like it. That's cool. We got a bit of a...
Let's go. C-level student with A student level enthusiasm.
Oh, it's dark.
Oh, yeah.
I probably think it needs
It's
to make
not
sure-
mine. I
That's
think it's the...
presentation.
Yeah, the screen is
It just needs
fine.
to heat up a little bit.
Okay.
I think it's getting better.
Oh, yeah, there it goes.
And I think what happened is it overheated and it shut itself off.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
So let's
okay.
open some windows.
Yeah, I think I
Windows
can feel
are
a breeze.
open,
Yeah, this
Oh,
one's
there's
open.
one
We can
open.
open a few.
Oh, okay.
We can open a few more. Yeah, I can smell a bit of a
Burning
burnt plastic going on in there. Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. I don't think I could get over there to crawl on, which I wouldn't mind doing.
Hey, Adam,
Yep.
were you present for when we played Jeopardy last night?
I was not.
Oh, well, we really could have used a software quality assurance person.
Oh yeah. What happened?
Jeopardy, well, the game software didn't work well. The buttons,
Is it open source?
yes, they did it all using Google Docs.
Okay. Oh God. This talk does not cover debugging Google Docs. I'm sorry. Holy.
I mean, if it runs, it runs.
This is true. This is very true. Yeah.
I mean, it could have been worse. It could have been running off of PowerPoint.
I'm sure someone's done it. I used to temp at it's called the Care Quality Commission in the UK. I'm actually from the UK. I've been in Canada for 22 years. And I was there for like 6 months, and they inspect care homes. So most of the people who work there are inspectors, and they have this schedule of, I've got to be here and do this step at this care home, yada, yada. They were tracking all of that in Excel. And I did like a tiny macro, which basically makes the cells change color depending on how urgent it is. And they were like, this is the best thing ever. And I got like an email from them like 5 years after I left saying, we're still using that thing. And I was like, oh God. UK government IT could use some work, I think. If it's dumb and it works, it's not dumb. What did everybody eat last night? Did you all do the lumbia? At the social event? Yeah?
I didn't eat there. I just drank the beer. They had the beer slushy. It was actually pretty good.
Yeah, I was gonna get the cider slushy, but I left it too late, and they said it was all kind of liquidy by then, so I missed out. Yeah. Shame. We went to the teriyaki place up the road. It was pretty good.
I did the, near the 4 Points Hotel?
No, I mean just up the road
Oh,
from
just
the
the road.
from the
Yeah, okay.
from the brewery thing.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It was just across the train tracks. Huge portions. Holy cow.
I went to a teriyaki place near my hotel, same thing. Huge
Yeah.
portion.
I think it's like a Bellingham thing, because every restaurant I look up, the AI summary is like, portions are huge, like every single restaurant.
I mean, it wasn't wrong.
Yeah, no, this, like, I got back and I was like, oh, jeez, this thing weighs 3 pounds. Holy cow, that was a lot of noodles. Hi there.
Oh, are your slides going to be available after the presentation?
That's a good question. I can put them up somewhere. I have not yet. Is there the conference putting slides up? For
That is a
download?
good question. I will
We're
message-
super organized.
Is all this stuff getting recorded this year?
Yeah, there's a microphone here, and I'm running through a splitter, so I assume,
Okay.
and it says USB capture on top of it, so I assume there's some kind of recording going on.
3 months they get posted.
Which-
3 months.
Okay. Just
Fine.
enough time to get.
Gets better with age.
Yeah, I mean, if you want faster, then volunteer.
Yeah,
That's true.
true. Very true. But yeah, I will probably throw it up on my website or something if you want it. I'll make a note. Yep. I have emailed them to the conference, but I don't know what they're going to do with it. Actually, I should email them again because I kind of revised it a bit. Oh well, never mind. Welcome, welcome. They're still coming. Holy cow! Oh, here comes the Neil Brigade.
Oh, wait.
We're just waiting for you, Neil. We're all just sitting here waiting for you.
Man, this is so tempting. All right, I will go because it's worth heckling.
You probably don't need to, honestly.
But look, man, every time you do this, I get to heckle you, and it's more fun that way.
I need you in the front row heckling. I would be lost without it. Seat in the front row, Derek.
Derek.
Well, you won because the other one I was going to go to is completely full.
Oh, great. So I won by losing. This is the best way to win.
Isn't that how it works?
Kinda. If everybody wrote good code, I would be out of a job, so please stop.
They want us to lower the quality.
Yes, that is exactly. No, maybe not. Just keep going. Steady state is good. Right here has been paying my mortgage for nearly 20 years.
What does SPQE mean?
Senior Principal Quality Engineer. Actually, I'm technically an SPEQ or something now. They keep changing the job titles, but yeah.
Okay.
The whole thing wouldn't fit in the slide template. So, you get initials. Sorry?
You could be almost. You could be You could be Roman.
Yeah.
That's true. I had not even noticed.
Well, next time when you get a title bump, go ahead and make sure that your next would initialize as SPQR.
Sadly, it doesn't work. The next is DE, but I'm never getting that because it's a whole thing.
We can fix that.
I don't think you can.
I'll write it strong and go.
Yeah, there will be strongly
Strongly worded emails, purple crayon emails, yeah. Oh, I think we're on time.
Yeah. So this is Adam Williamson here to talk about root failures.
Root causing, yes.
Root causing failures, that is.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming out on this lovely, sunny Saturday morning? Saturday morning, yeah. I'm Adam Williamson. I am the Fedora Quality Team Lead for Red Hat. Those are all my contact details. I will put this slide deck up somewhere when I'm done, so you can look at all of that then. A little bit about me. Anyone in here who's old and remembers, the dot-com boom may remember Mandrake, which was a Linux. Yay! Hi! Yes! I love it. Back in the day, I started on Mandrake, and then I, for my sins, got suckered into working for them for 4 years until the money ran out. So that's where I got started in this industry. And then I got rescued by Red Hat calling me up and saying, would you like to come and work for us for much more money? And I said, yes! That sounds like a great idea. And I have been there ever since. I started out as the community monkey, which means I was sort of, face of the quality team, trying to get people involved in things. Did that for a while. And since about 2016, I've been the quality team lead for, reasons. A focus of this talk is going to be that you can do it. Doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what you know. You can do it. I have a history degree. I have never taken a computer science class. I taught myself coding. I do not know what a pointer is. The traveling salesperson should probably get an Uber. That's a joke for the Komsky people. Yeah, so you don't have to know all of the cool stuff to root cause failures, to find out why things are going wrong, to debug stuff. Despite that, I have contributions to well over 200 open source projects, including the kernel and glibc, yes, despite not knowing what a pointer is. GNOME, KDE, CPython, I'm in all of your stuff, so be scared right now.
I think I'm quite the opposite.
No, you probably got more than me, Neil, come on.
No. There's no way I have more than
Yeah.
you.
So my slide deck is mostly just going to be this template and bullet points. I'm sorry, I'm not a super exciting slide deck person. I need more time to write my slide deck to do that, so sorry about that. So yeah, I've spent a lot of my career investigating and fixing failures. That's what you do when you're in QA, especially in open source. Stuff goes wrong a lot. There's always something to fix. Open source makes it a really interesting job because you don't just have to stop at, oh, hey, that's broken, and send it to the team who can fix it. You can go and figure out why it's broken. You can always do this. You can just get there. So I came to give you my insights into how to go about this complex task after my many years of experience. So let's start digging into the details. Dang it. Yeah, I figured I should address the elephant in the room up front. AI is a thing. People have a lot of opinions about it. Maybe just ask Claude. So I know a lot of people feel a lot of ways about AI, and this is not going to be an AI talk. If you are an objector to it, then stick around, because this is all going to be about doing things the old-fashioned human way. People have ideological barriers, cost barriers, whatever. If you don't have any of those, I am going to acknowledge that LLMs are absolutely good at this kind of stuff and getting better at it. If you have access to them, if you're willing to use it, you can use them to help you. You probably should. The talk will still be interesting and useful because it will help you ask your LLM better questions, which is obviously very important when you're using one. But yeah, they absolutely are a thing. So, I'll mention it in passing, but there we go. I'm going to kind of split this talk. Oh yeah, you guys are the alpha test audience for this talk, so sorry about that. My talks generally get better around the third time, so let's hope this one goes well first time. But right now, this talk is split into a theory section and a practice section. So the theory is more about like the approach, the mindset of how you go about investigating things. And practice is more detailed, here are the actual tools I use, here are some, little tips and tricks. So let's get started with the theory. This is definitely born of experience. The very first thing you do when root causing a failure, when debugging something, is find out if someone else did it first. This is very important. I have twice spent multiple days very painfully bisecting a kernel bug, figured out where it was, looked at the mailing list, found out someone else did it last week. So don't be me, don't do that, have a look around. Detailed thing on this is you may not be able to do this, always try, but it gets easier to do this as you go through the process because you will get a more specific idea of what's wrong. So remember to keep checking on this as you go along. Like at first maybe you just know the thing crashed. Half an hour later you may know, oh, it crashed in this line of this application. Then you can go do another search and see if someone else has figured out why it's crashing there, and then you can skip the rest of the process and, go have a drink. So always remember to keep checking in on this. So yeah, if nobody else has fixed it first or debugged it first, for me, the key question, the very first thing is to start asking why and never stop asking why. This is like my loop, essentially, is I'm always asking why until I've run out of why questions. When you've run out of why questions, then you have finished. Act like a 5-year-old. That's what they do. They keep asking why. It's a great mindset for debugging, for root causing. So the very first question might be, okay, what happened, right? What happened that shouldn't have happened? What is the bug? But the next question is, why did that happen? Then once you've established the first why, okay, why did that happen? The application crashed. Something fell over. Okay, why did it? Why did it crash? Like, go back a bit, and then you'll keep working back, and you'll be like, okay, it crashed because it got here. Why did it get there? You're just going to keep saying why, keep saying why, keep saying why. And the why kind of goes two ways. You're not just asking why. So this is going to talk a lot about source code, but you're not just asking about what the code does, right? The why is, okay, we went down the wrong branch of the conditional. Why did we go down the wrong branch of the conditional? That's logical analysis of the code. You're also asking why about the person who wrote the code. Like, everything is done for a reason. Code doesn't just appear out of thin air. So every line of code, a person wrote it or an LLM wrote it at a human's instruction for a reason. You're always asking yourself, okay, there's a reason for this. It's never just there, right? So that's an important question. So context is very important. Think beyond the problem you're immediately concerned with, especially about the intent question. So yeah, people don't just, it happens, but it happens very occasionally that people just write outright wrong things, like code that could never possibly do what it was intended to do under any circumstance. That's very rare. That's not going to be the case most of the time. So when you're debugging, it's easy to get tunnel vision on the exact workflow you're trying to, that went wrong, that you're trying to fix. But you have to ask yourself, okay, maybe this gets encountered a different way where this behavior is correct. Maybe there's a different code path through the application where when we get here, this thing behaving this way is correct. Maybe it gets executed against a different library, and it's only crashing when it runs against X version of the library which you have, but it doesn't crash when it runs against Y version of the library, things like that. So you have to kind of be aware of that and not just get, tunnel focus on exactly what you're trying to debug right now. Yeah. Other questions that you have to ask that are important, not as important as why, well, at different times. When and who, and this ties back to the human intention. It's very important to establish a timeline when you're debugging things. Failures don't just materialize out of thin air. That almost never happens. You can almost always identify the last time the thing worked. Whatever you're trying to debug, when was the last time it worked? When was the first time it failed? It is crucial to get that and to get it as precise as you possibly can. Like, ideally you want it within, minutes. But, at worst it might be a few days. Work with what you can get, but get it as close as you can. It's very important. Then knowing the when and also knowing the who, once you've identified, okay, this small period of time, you can start figuring out, okay, what exactly was it that changed during that small period of time? And if you know what was the thing, who changed the thing, that helps you get to the why, right? So look, you're looking for like a correlation between the failure and this time period you've established where it was working and then it failed. What happened during that period of time? Who changed the thing? What did they change? Why did they change it? These are all kind of interconnected questions. And remember context again. When you're figuring out the delta, it depends on how the thing is deployed, right? The thing you're debugging, you need to know how that thing gets to where it is, because you need to know, okay, to figure out what it was that changed, you need to know, okay, is this deployed out of an operating system, out of a distribution package? Is it just pulled down from GitHub? Is it deployed as a container? And then you can figure out what changed about that deployment method in the time period I'm looking at, right? That's very important to establish. You might establish that the failure showed up when it was upgraded from 1.5 to 1.6, so now you're looking for whatever changed between 1.5 and 1.6, which is related to the failure. So yeah, those are the questions you're asking yourself, those are the things you're trying to establish. How do I think about the actual process? You're continually trying to narrow your focus without getting tunnel vision, as we talked about on the last slide. You usually start out with like a huge space, right? All you know is this thing crashed. You may not even know exactly what it was that crashed. You're just looking at a broken service or something like that. You're trying to get narrower, 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 and narrower. But remember to check the context at every step. Very important, do not run too far with an assumption. It's very easy to get an idea and be like, okay, this must be what's going on, right? Like you get an idea into your head, the server's down, okay, I think this is probably why it happens, and then you follow that out and you don't check it. You should always check. There's almost always going to be a way to check each step of your, reasoning chain. You should always do that because quite often you'll find out it's wrong. You're like, okay, I thought it was, because this service had fallen over, but actually that service is fine. It must be something else. Always check everything you do at every stage. If you get stuck, rewind and try a different angle. Like, don't get frustrated. Don't be like, okay, well, I thought it was this, and I looked at it, but I just dead-ended. I just don't know what to do now. Go back in your process and be like, well, what was a step in my reasoning? What was a step that I made that maybe that was wrong? Maybe I can look at it a different way, or maybe I can just use a completely different approach to figure out what's going on. Never just kind of get discouraged and give up. And as I said earlier, keep asking why until you can't anymore. You can... For me, I like to get to the very end every time. Neil can tell you this. I'm famous for writing these gigantic commit messages which explain the history of this problem back to like 2002 when the code was originally written. I like to do that because it gives you a feeling of satisfaction, and it makes people who are reviewing, you know, your explanation, your fix, whatever, more confident in it because they know you have explored every angle. So even if you know more or less what's happening, you think you can write a fix or say what should get fixed, you can keep going why. You can just keep going on, well, you know, why was it written that way in the first place? And sometimes that will get you to a deeper understanding of the problem and a better fix, right? So you can always just keep going, if you have the time to, if you can. Sorry?
And write it down.
Yes, that's true. That's very good. Always take notes. This is a really important one, I want to say. These last 2 points are kind of the encapsulation of how I do this. Never give up. There is always something you can do. I'm going to go into more detail in the practice side, but it's very rare that you are actually completely dead-ended. I will mention a couple of specific techniques you can use, but there is almost always something you can do. Maybe it feels really dumb. It doesn't matter. You can do it. Keep going. And construct a story. This is maybe my arts grad side coming out. Like, as I was saying, things don't appear out of thin air. There's always human intent. So there's always a story behind every failure. And that's, to me, that's what I'm trying to get to in the end, is a story of, you know, how this came to pass, why it came to pass. And the story kind of encapsulates the whole problem. So yeah, stuff anyone can do. This kind of could go in the practice side. As I said, we're alpha testing this test, but never mind. You know, there are debugging, these things will almost always get you to the problem in the end. And these are fairly simple things that everyone can either do or learn to do quite easily. Like, one of the most simple things, most important things I do in debugging anything, I'm just searching for interesting text. Like, you look at what's going wrong and you find little words in it that you're looking for things that you can Google and that won't give you, you know, a zillion irrelevant results, right? And that gets you a long way, looking at things on the internet, looking at things in the code base you're actually working on. Get the code to print stuff out. Like, you don't actually have to, I don't know C, but I can make C code print stuff out. Like, it's not that hard to learn how to do that. I can print stuff in like a bewildering array of languages. It is not very difficult, right? Bisect, we'll go into more detail if you don't know what bisecting is. We'll go into more detail later, but bisecting is tedious. It's not difficult. You can learn to do it. And if everything else fails, bisecting will almost always get you to the problem or close to it. Gross hacks. To debug things, you do not need to be a great engineer who is writing like code that people look at and go, wow, that's amazing code. You just need to make the thing happen. You can do it the dumbest way possible, doesn't matter. So, you know, it's a great way to learn stuff, and it's a great way to just mess around with stuff because nobody's actually going to see what you do unless you submit it as a fix later. So you don't have to write perfect code. Monkey see, monkey do. Even if you don't know how to write C like me, or you don't know how to write Python or whatever, you're looking at the code behind the problem. You've got a whole sea of examples right there. There's probably something else in the file you're looking at which does more or less the thing you want to do right now. You can just copy and paste it and fiddle around with it till it works, right? These are very basic techniques that you don't need to go to Chomsky school for.
Do you know how to print an assembler?
I do not. That one is one I give to the Chomsky people. I'll have to learn that one. That one I give to Peter Jones. Yeah. Okay, and yeah, write a story. This is just going into more detail on my last bullet point. Everything, software doesn't appear, people write it for reasons, blah, 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 blah. I pretty much covered this. This is where I'm going to have to rearrange the slides a little bit. Okay, we got through that faster than I expected. That's awesome. So let's talk a little bit about practice. First steps. Like, data, more data is always better. Just gather everything you can. This kind of goes to what Neil said. Write everything down, save everything. However you want to do it, doesn't matter. Use your own favorite workflow. Put it in Google Docs, put it in text files, whatever you want to do. Just have everything you can gather, have it around, keep it, you know, related to this issue so you know where to look for it. You want backtraces if you can get them. Backtraces are fantastic. You want journal output, you know, var log, messages, whatever your distribution is. You want other related log files you can find. You want console output from the thing. Like, whatever you can get that tracks the execution of the thing that went wrong, you need to have it. When is very important. Don't just look at the exact point where the thing broke. go back in history a bit and say, well, what does this look like when it's working, right? What do the messages look like when it's not crashing? Because you want that and you want to be able to compare them, right? And you want timestamps if you can possibly get them. Timestamps are incredibly useful for figuring out, you know, your windows of when this was working, when this broke. And remember time zones when you're looking at timestamps. That can be significant. I've been caught out by that one a little. You're looking for a corner piece, right? Like you're doing a jigsaw. This is when you're getting your initial information. An interesting word is a corner piece. A backtrace is a fantastic corner piece. Like a pattern of, you know, recurring messages is a corner piece. Anything that, you know, is a place you can start your investigation. And you want as many corner pieces as you can because of the thing I said earlier about if you get stuck, rewind, start over. If you get stuck, go back, find a different corner piece, start the process again, right? Learn how to get a trace. Like, this isn't mandatory, but I actually have, again, slide issues. I have another slide about this later. For things that, compiled things that crash, there's a thing called a core dump. When a process crashes, it does a core dump, and there's a process you can use to get a backtrace out of that. A backtrace just tells you the execution of the program at the point it crashed, what was it doing, what were the last, like, 10 things it did. You want one of those if you can get it. This is a simple, it's not very hard to learn, this is a simple thing you can learn that will help you, but I'll go into this a little bit later. Corner pieces, yeah, but like as I say, if you can possibly get a backtrace, that is always the best corner piece. But also, it's not always the whole story. Like, sometimes there's a why behind the crash, right? Why are we getting to a point where this is crashing? And sometimes the crash itself doesn't tell you that. So you do also have to go back a little bit further and say, maybe we shouldn't be in the code that's crashing anyway. You know, the crash itself is probably a bug, but it may not be the most important bug. So do remember to check that. Just knowing the thing that's failing, it might be a process, you know, it might be a certain thread on a website, whatever it is, get as specific as you can from the initial error to the thing that's failing. That is a corner piece in itself. At least now you're not looking at the entire stack that you're debugging, you're looking at the one thing that is failing. Sufficiently distinct word or string in the logs is very important. It's very hard to search for, you know, home, or, you know, but you want, even if it's not the meat of the error message, if it's a distinct string that appears in the message, that is a useful thing to have, because then you can search for it. So note those down. As I said, recurring patterns of messages that happen in little loops, those are useful corner pieces. And again, this is going back to the time thing, specific change that coincides with the first failure. Again, if you can get that delta as close as possible, then you're looking in that time, like what changed in our deployment during that time period. That in itself is a corner piece. Just like look at that set of changes and say, what's important here? Reproduction is key. It is way easier to investigate something you can reproduce. Just it's very, very difficult to investigate if you can't. So you should spend a lot of effort trying to make the thing reproducible. Like maybe more effort than you think makes sense. It's just, it will save you so much time later on trying to figure the thing out. It's not quite a debugging thing, but this is a story Neil knows, which I'll, it's very much related. I wanted to do some development on a web application in Fedora, and it was very hard to make this web application run anywhere except in production. Like, it's called a development environment. We didn't have one. And that you need that to be able to investigate bugs in it as well as to be able to work on it. I spent like 2 months building a development environment for it. Then I could write the thing I wanted to write, and it took about 3 days, but that was still probably time well spent. It would have taken me longer to do it without having the development environment, and it's the same for debugging. You want to be able to reproduce the problem. You want your reproduction process to be as easy as possible, you want it to be as fast as possible, and you want it to be as small as possible. And you want it to be fungible, by which I mean you need to be able to change it, because that's how you're going to debug things. So you need to be able to just poke it and see the results. Again, bullet point from earlier, this doesn't have to be clean. It doesn't have to be great. It doesn't have to be beautiful. You can do stuff like for web applications, for instance, browsers can override client-side JavaScript and CSS. So if you're debugging a front-end issue, you can just go into your browser tools and just mess around with it and then see what happens, right? Things like that. Dumb, messy things like that are fine if all you're doing is trying to figure out why something's broken. Another example, when I'm investigating some kind of compiled thing, I generally don't just build it out of the source checkout because I'm a distribution guy. I tend to work with the RPM package for it because I know how RPM packages work. I'm comfortable with that. So when I'm bisecting a kernel problem, I build kernel packages like over and over in a loop because I know how to do that. It's not the most efficient way, but it's what I'm comfortable with and it works. So if it's dumb and it works, it's not dumb.
Ensures you get
Yeah.
the same compile option.
That's true, yeah, it does help with
I
that.
mean,
Yeah.
There's actually
Yeah.
some value in that
Yeah,
itself.
but the point is, do it the way you're comfortable with, you know how to do it. Don't get roadblocked on, I need to do this the perfect, the most efficient way. Just do what, you can do. And refine your reproducer as you investigate. This goes back to the thing about, go back and check if someone else has fixed it. As you go along with your process of narrowing your focus, you can probably cut down your reproducer so it's smaller and smaller and easier to work with because you know more and more what is it that's exactly gone wrong. So the tools, kind of the meat of the talk, I guess. What are the things that I use? How do I do this process? Going back to my non-Chomsky background, you don't really need a lot. I use a console text editor. I use gedit. I'm proud, and a web browser, and that's pretty much it. I don't use an IDE. I have Cursor for doing LLM things, but I don't use it for development. I barely ever use debuggers. It's probably more efficient to use one, but you don't have to. So if you don't know how to use one, don't let that roadblock you. You can get a long way with just a text editor, a browser, and a console.
Well, a surprising large number of language environments don't have a debugger.
Does that too, yeah. So it helps to be able to do things with that one, yeah, or not a very good one, yeah. And GDB is very hard to learn, and scary. So grep and git grep are probably my number one most used tools. As I said, get a corner piece, get an interesting string, and then just grep the code base for it, and then that will, all on its own, probably get you to where the thing is going wrong. And that's a huge focus narrowing, right? Git grep is nice because it only searches files that are committed to the repository. So if there are huge ephemeral files like minified JavaScript, which gives you page-long matches, it filters those out, so that's nice. I use Git for a lot of stuff, honestly. Git is a godsend, whatever you think about it for, development, for investigating things, it's fantastic. My little pet theory about Git is that apart from the super basic stuff like, commit and rebase and blah, 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 everyone knows 10 Git commands, but everyone knows 10 different Git commands. So these are some of the ones I know. Git log is, obviously super important when you're trying to establish what changed, when did it change, who changed it. Some little parameters for it. One line and name status gives you a nice condensed view of, what was the commit message and what files did it change. Git blame is super useful for setting up to establishing who and when. So if you don't know git blame, you can do git blame a file, and it shows you every line in the file, and next to it, it tells you what commit last touched that line, and then you can just go and look at that commit and see what it did, right? So if you've found your corner piece, you've searched for, you found, okay, it's this function in this, line of this file that's broken, you can run git blame on it and be like, okay, did that line actually change during the time period I established? And if it did, then okay, that's great, we can keep going with that. If it didn't, you've got another why question. You're like, so we're crashing here, but this didn't change during the time period I established. So why? Why are we here? Why are we crashing here when we weren't before? So that's always going to be useful. Git log dash, that's a capital S. This came from when I did another talk very similar to this. I did not know about this, and somebody in the audience said, hey, do you know about git log dash S? And I was like, no. And he was like, oh, you're going to want to, and I did. It is fantastic. What git log dash capital S does is it basically searches the history of the Git repository for a string. And it will show you commits that changed the number of occurrences of that string. So it's basically like a search through the history of the repository. So it's super useful for being like, okay, I know, I've got my corner piece. Okay, what changed things with that string in them, in the last X months, the last X weeks, the last X hours. Super, super useful. And git bisect, if you don't know what git bisect is, it's like the brute force way to do this. If all else fails, what git bisect does is it automates the process of, when it was broken, when it worked, when it was broken, just build every state. Well, you don't build every state. Like, do builds between those two states and note whether they pass or fail until you know the exact thing that broke it. So it'll identify for you the commit that's the midway point, and then you test that and you say whether it passed or failed. And if you say it passed, then it will, go halfway, and it'll just keep going down and down and down and down and down until okay, on this one commit it passed, this one commit it failed, so that means that commit is the problem. And that is kind of, if all else fails, you do a bisect. it can take a long time if the build it, reproduce it stage takes a long time. If that stage is fast, you might want to go to bisect sooner because you'll get to the thing that caused the problem faster.
It also can depend on how many commits are between your.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's why you want as narrow a range as possible, right?
Right.
Although it's in a way because it's exponential, because it's not as important as you think it is, but it can save you like 3 or 4 steps. Yeah.
It's a binary bucket search,
Yeah.
but like it's still, the buckets can be big.
Yeah, that's true. But again, this is all stuff that you can learn, right? It sounds a little bit technical, but it's not hard to get bisect. It takes you like 10 minutes to get the concept, and then maybe a long time to do it, but you will get to the answer in the end.
Typically, I would say a lot of time you can augment that sort of with, you do.
You get part of the way, yeah.
Okay, it worked in this package.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And then you only have to bisect the bit in the middle, yeah. So like kernels is a good example for that. You can figure what was your distribution kernel the last time it worked, your distribution kernel the first time it failed, and then you only have to bisect in the middle, right? So yeah, that's a good tip. Shells, small test scripts to verify behaviors. Anyone can write. It takes, an hour to learn how to do hello world in C, but in any other language it's like 5 minutes, and you can probably just pull out, this goes to the reproducer thing, you can just pull out the important bits, put them in a standalone script that reproduces the problem. That's not hard to learn how to do. And some languages have shells, like Python has a really nice shell, which is just like a command line shell. You run Python with no arguments, and it gives you a little command prompt, and you can just type one line of Python at a time, and it'll tell you what happened. And it's a super nice way to play around with things. Other languages, some have this, some don't. Yep. Yeah, so pulling it all together, what you're trying to do here is use the tools to answer the questions from the theory part, right? If you're answering why is this crashing, use what you've learned to log input values, look for things that are null that shouldn't be, things that are the wrong type, things that are not in the shape the code expects them to be in. If you're answering why we hear it all, log it. Like, one of the dumbest, easiest things you can do in almost any language, this is why you learn to print, just throw a bunch of lines that say, hey, I got here. My personal tip for this, put XXX in them. My debug line is print XXX here 1, and just here 2, here 3, here 4, here 5. Sometimes I have like 5.1, 5.15, 5.16 because, numbering is hard. But XXX means it's super easy to search for. If the thing logs a zillion lines, you just grep for XXX because nobody ever logs XXX. And that just... Yeah.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, yeah. And that lets you know where you are in the code, right? And you can do that in almost any language, in almost any code base. Just throw in a bunch of lines that tell you where you are. Always check which branch of a conditional you hit, things like that. Like, if it's if this, else that, put an XXX in each one so you know which one you're in, stuff like that. And yeah, don't give up or panic or stress if you don't understand everything in the code that you're looking at. You don't need to understand everything in the code that you're looking at. I once fixed a bug in matplotlib. I know nothing about mat or indeed plot, but I was able to focus on the bit that was broken, figure out what was wrong with it. Yes, kind of, yeah. Figure out what was wrong with it and fix it. I didn't understand the other 99% of that file. I don't know how to draw, pretty pictures of data, but I fixed the bug, right? Just focus on the stuff you can understand, do what you can do. Don't get frozen by the bits that you don't understand. Yeah. Yeah, make things be more verbose is kind of like logging. Yeah. And read the docs, but don't trust them. This is something I've also found very important. I'm mainly talking about source code here because the source code never lies. The docs frequently lie. They can be useful, and different docs are different quality. Like the Python docs are fantastic. Some random app you're debugging, the docs may be terrible. Always check. And sometimes the docs being bad is actually the answer to a why question. The answer to why does this thing break is because the person who wrote it trusted the docs and the docs were wrong. So, be aware of that. Be a proud student at the University of Stack Overflow. Stack Overflow is fantastic. Like, it's my alma mater. It's where I learned code. Like, LLMs are just basically reading stuff from Stack Overflow to you. So use it. It's fantastic. If you don't know the site, you can ask any question about how to code, and the answer is probably on Stack Overflow. It's brilliant. And another really key point, act like you own the place. This is what open source is fantastic for. Don't be like, okay, well, I work on this thing, and I've debugged the failure to the boundary of this thing, but now it's over in this thing, and I don't work on that, so I'm just going to stop and file a bug for them and let them fix it. don't do that. It's open source. You can go and look at everything, right? I'm a kernel engineer. You know, you can go and look. You can follow the bug wherever it goes, and you can mess around with the code. Nobody is going to, you know, call foul on you for building this code yourself and figuring out what's wrong with it on your computer. It's what you can do. Nobody's going to call foul if you get it wrong 100 times. If you get it right one time, that's it. That's all you needed. So just be confident. You don't get in any trouble for, you know, messing around with someone else's thing. Just follow it out all the way. It doesn't matter who owns it. Yeah.
Well, because you own it.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you absolutely do. And if you do this too much, you will wind up being the maintainer of it. Yeah. Ask me how I know. This is, you know, minor things to learn. I'm running short on time, so I won't go through this. But yeah, this is basic stuff. You don't have to know this, but these are easy things you can learn. It won't take you a lot of time. Dumbass history grad can do it, and they will help you with this process. So how to read a backtrace, basic concepts of coding, conditionals, functions, signatures, basic building compiled things. Like, you can do it however you're comfortable, straight out of the compiler, using a distribution package. Just being able to build a compiled thing is useful. LLMs can teach you all this stuff. This is one thing they're good at, like asking questions, they'll tell you the answers. Sorry, I'll wait for someone to take a picture. Got it? Okay. That was the end. Thank you for coming. I don't know if we have time for questions. Just a couple of things I want to call out on here. On the right-hand side, I have a blog. I'm old, so I have a blog. There's a category on the blog. I've written up in exhaustive detail some of the more interesting debugging things I've done. And they're in a category on my blog, so the QR code over there will take you to that category. The other thing, very important, I don't know if anyone knows Julia Evans. She does these fantastic, she calls them zines, but they're like little mini guides to things. They're fantastically illustrated, really well written. She absolutely knows her onions. Like, they look cute and nice, but... Sorry? I will in a second, I just wanted to show you the cover. She has written a thing called the Pocket Guide to Debugging, which... I'd forgotten about it until I wrote my slides, but it basically says everything that's in this talk, only better. And that QR code on the left there will take you to the webpage for that. And if you want more on all of these topics written better, I absolutely recommend you go and buy that. It's like $10. But she's fantastic. You can kick her the $10. I don't know her. She doesn't know me. This is entirely, you know, unofficial endorsement. But yeah, get that book. It's great. That's everything I had. Thank you, guys. Do we have time for questions, or?
We have until 11:15, so about
Okay.
10 minutes for questions.
Cool. Anyone got any? Sure. Everybody's hand went up at once, so.
So all of my knowledge is all kernel, so I'll
Right.
say this in kernel.
Okay.
If you start adding debug speed, or what you call printing it out, and the problem goes away, it's always a race condition.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
And the other thing is, a lot of times, hardware has advanced, like if you go from, I'll date myself, like 486, 586,
Yep.
and problems are showing up. The bug has always been there, it's just,
Yeah.
or you go from single processor to multi-processor,
Yeah.
or your data is now in the cloud, and you change the timing elements, and
Yeah.
you have a race condition.
Yeah. So I'll just re-say it for the mic. Sorry, what was your name?
Brian.
Abram. Abram was saying, often if you, there's a thing that can happen where you're trying to debug something, you turn on debugging mode or you add a bunch of print statements and the bug goes away. That can be because it's a timing issue where it only happens if things happen in very precise order, and printing out all those messages made it slower. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. So that's kind of part of being aware of context, right, as a general topic. And the same thing, he said, if sometimes a bug can be exposed by hardware changing, and again, that's context. Like, well, it works in this context, doesn't work in that context. Often these are timing issues, which is something to be aware of. There's another question over here in the red.
Oh, I was just going to say, we didn't go to a party last night. We went to see Project Hail Mary.
Oh, that's a great movie. Yeah.
Which is, in essence, everything you said.
It's true, yeah.
About science debugging.
Yes, that's true. So yeah, you can read Julia Evans' zine. You can also go see Project Hail Mary. Fantastic movie. Do it. Yeah.
And my son says the book's even better than the movie.
Okay. So read the book. Okay. Back there?
Yeah, you mentioned you contribute 200 plus projects
Yeah.
and you don't understand any of them, which is great. Now, if you're going to submit your PR, for example,
Yeah.
to make this change, you're going to want to be confident you're going to break something else, which brings into question testing and automated testing.
Yeah.
Could you combine like Git bisect with your own test that verifies you're not breaking something else, or that at least your test is no?
That's a great question. So he's saying if you're working on something that you're not really a maintainer of, you don't really understand, possibly the thing you send as a fix might break something else. How do you avoid that? That is part of the chain of why. That's the one big reason I keep asking why, even when I got to the initial fix. Is like, that's why you say, okay, but why was this written this way? So if you don't understand the project, research it, figure out, go back through that project and be like, okay, you want to understand like the context you're changing something in or pointing out a problem in. You do want to work all the way back from that. But yes, test suites are incredibly important. It is always way nicer to encounter a project which has a really good automated test suite than one that doesn't. Like if I'm sending a pull request and, GitHub Actions, whatever, 4Geo Actions runs 200 tests on it and they all pass, I feel great about it. If I submit the pull request and nothing happens, I'm like, oh, I don't know if that was right. So that's not something you can control, but just be aware of that. And if the upstream doesn't have a test suite, be more proactive yourself in making sure that what you're doing is, and maybe even, sometimes I've contributed tests to upstream. So I was, as part of the fix, I was like, well, maybe you should have a test for this. So yeah, for me, the answer is like go the extra mile to actually make sure to understand not just the thing you're working on, but how it fits in context. Over here.
Regarding the statement of every line of code was written that way for a reason.
Yeah.
So in the last couple of years,
Yeah.
right, most lines of codes at most companies are really starting to switch over to being AI generated.
Yeah.
I've encountered plenty of lines of code that weren't really written for a good reason.
Yeah, I did qualify that
context.
statement.
Yeah, I'm wondering how that has affected your debugging and thinking
That's
about
a great
things
question,
now in
yeah.
the context of much of this code.
That's a great question. So,
AI
yeah, to repeat it for the mic, the question was, okay, these days, not every line of code is written by a human for a reason. It may have been spit out by an LLM because a human asked it to, and that there's still an indirect intention there, right, which is part of it. And what's my experience with that and how this plays into the process, which is a great question. I would say that, honestly, it's still a little early. Like, most open source projects don't have a huge amount of LLM code in them. Right now, it's still quite easy to spot when it is. I think that's going to get harder over time. But right now, there are fairly obvious signs. Like, it will be very verbose. There will often be, a gigantic markdown file with bullet points and icons and stuff all over it. That's a great tell that you're looking at an LLM code base. And when that happens, I guess, first of all, I try and work back to the human intention behind it, if at all possible. Look at the commit message. Look at the whole commit that introduced the thing you want to change and try and figure out, well, okay, what was the human who instructed the LLM actually trying to achieve when the LLM did this, right? You just have to, it's an extra step, it's harder to do. Sometimes you may just have to go and ask, right? Instead of, brings us to a good point. Sometimes you can't get all the way through the process. You can't get all the way to the end of the story, like right away. You might have to say, okay, I've worked it out to here. I'm 5 layers upstream from where the original crash was. I need to file an issue on this project, tell them this is where I've got to. Now I'm in your project, I saw that this thing changed. I don't understand why. Can you tell me why, right? And then it can become an interactive thing. You're asking someone else to help you work the rest of the way in the process. I think that will be more common with LLM code. Yeah, thank you.
As a former, I used to be very involved with KDE.
Right.
And developers on the social side, I guess I would
Yeah.
say. Writing good posts about exactly what the problem is
Yeah.
are really valuable.
Great.
Even if you don't have it fixed.
Yeah.
Because if you say, I tried to do this, it worked yesterday, today it doesn't work.
Right.
The change was blah, blah.
Yeah.
Then they can make it.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And maybe it's a really easy fix.
Right. For the person who knows all the context, yeah. Yeah, that's a great point. I've presented this like it's kind of a solo process, which I sometimes do. It isn't always great. Of course, open source is collaborative. So if at any point you really are kind of stuck, you can't rewind, do more, you can take what you've got so far, put it in an issue, take it to a chat channel, whatever the support system is, and just say, hey, and the fact that you've done all that work gives you credit with the upstream. You're not just saying, hey, my thing crashed, fix it. You're saying, okay, I figured out this was crashing here because this changed, yada, yada, yada. That makes the work both easier for someone else to help you with, and it gives them much more motivation to do it because, hey, you did half the work, now I'm going to Another hack that I have there is sometimes you can send a really wrong pull request. This is evil, but it works. If you've more or less figured out what the problem was, you don't totally know how to fix it, send a dumb fix. Because this nerd snipes programmers. Programmers hate bad fixes. So they will look at that pull request and they'll be like, no, that's wrong. And then they'll fix it the right way. I have done this multiple times and it does work. It's evil, but it works.
Less respect for you.
Yeah, that's my evil tip for the day. Any more questions?
Don't make enemies.
I mean, don't do it in a malicious way, but you can just say, you can be upfront about it. You can be like, look, I figured it out. I know what's going wrong. I know this pull request probably isn't the clean final fix, but it's what I got to. Can you look at this and can you look at this and do the proper fix, right? That's the less evil way to do it.
Please do it the less evil way.
Right. I just felt the evil came over me for a minute, Neil. I couldn't control it.
Oh my god.
I was doing so well.
You were.
I work for Red Hat. I've got to be a little bit evil. There's another question in the back.
I just want to let you know that I've managed a lot of young developers, and I
Right.
found out that one of the best hiring rounds is to get young people who don't actually have CS degrees but have come up through the QA route and have
Right.
these like basics skills.
Yeah.
They can narrow down and find a problem in code,
Right.
learn how to fix that, and then you can ramp them up
To the rest, yeah.
larger code base.
Yeah, that's how I learned. I've learned coding just by fixing little things, and then at some point I realized, I can actually write a whole thing now. It just kind of happened without any intent. Yeah. Cool. I think we're mostly at time now, so. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys. Go back to that a little bit.
She sends a weekly newsletter.
I follow her on Mastodon, so I get it all on there.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, but she's great. I love doing it. She's awesome. I worked like 4 hours on this slide deck, and then I was reminded that this existed, and I was like, dang it, I should just have pulled up that and used it as my slide deck.
You and I have the same technical training.
Right.
in that I wanted to become
None.
a lawyer. But it was actually a strength with my team, and you probably find it a strength too,
Right.
because I was never taught how to do something.
Yeah.
So I have a different toolkit than
Yeah,
everyone else
absolutely.
has.
Having diversity of approaches is super valuable, and I found history, Git history. I'm a historian. It's great. It makes it great. It makes it. Yeah. So
anyways.
having a diversity of viewpoints definitely it absolutely
Yeah,
helps on a team. And you need the Komsky people, the people who can write compression algorithms. You need them too, but
I can
it
do
helps
that
to have
too,
other
but-
people. Well, I can't.
Well, I can now, but
Yeah.
my
That's not how you came into
I've
it.
only,
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
only had one class in like
Yeah.
1,000 years. But anyways, it's a strength.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree.
Yeah. All right. Very good. Thank you.
Thanks. Hey.
So I've always wanted to contribute to major projects, but
Right.
it's always an analysis process. Where do I begin? How do I identify a problem that needs to be fixed? How do you go about even finding a first thing to work on?
Honestly, I just itch scratching is always the way I've done it. I think being a community person is useful because you wind up scratching other people's itches. So I think that might be an interesting way to do it. Just go into user communities that you're already a part of, you're already interested in, and try and help people out. That's probably how I got started with it. Yeah. So that's my best tip.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Okay, I should clear out for the next presenter.
I just want to shake the hand of another early Mandrake user.
Oh, thank you.
I just loved Mandrake.
It was fun.
Because I started out in Linux Chicks, and somebody said, well, have you tried that?
Right.
Because because if you don't like asking your son for advice all the time,
We did our
run
best.
Mandrake.
We did our best. We tried.
yeah, and so I
Yeah.
could ask there.
Right. It was a super good community. I did like that about the Mandrake community.
Fantastic.
People were
until
really
they
nice.
said,
Yeah.
well, we're just really not going to do it anymore.
There was never any money. That was the problem with Mandrake. It was basically subsidized by the EU government, by the EU. They were constantly trying to get projects from the EU because nobody bought it. Honestly, the sales were terrible. And people don't want to pay for stuff. It was a
We
shame,
had a
but it was great.
fantastic logo.
We had, the logo was really cute. I don't know the Julie logo. That was before my time.
I don't mean to butt in, but I
And
bought
it is
Mandrake.
magic, so
I bought Mandrake Linux in a box at a Best Buy. In
Thank you.
2004.
Thank you.
Something like that.
You are one of the few people who paid my
I
salary,
was so
so
amazed
thank
that I
you.
saw it there. I was like, oh, okay.
no, I downloaded it. And started, My first computer was a fully.
Just wanted to say hey in person.
Yeah.
Jared Wilson.
Oh, Jared! I thought your talk was at the same time as mine.
No, it's at 2.
Oh, no, it's the same time as another talk I wanted to see. That's it. Yeah. Nice to
Mine's
see
not
you.
that exciting.
Yeah, finally.
Likewise.
Yeah.
And coworkers for what?
I know, right? It's so weird. We never actually got into each other.
15 years? Yeah, I just moved back to the West Coast. I'm from Seattle area originally, but
So where are you
just
living
back
now?
there. I'm in Tacoma, Washington.
Nice. Yeah.
My daughter is a sophomore at UW.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
And that was part of why I moved back also.
I'm down in Seattle in, I think, August for a whole Steady concert. Yeah, but just for overnight, so yeah, it's cool. That was nice to meet you in person finally. I'll
Likewise.
come to your talk. Yeah.
I'll do it. You'll be impressed and terrified at the same time. Maybe.
I hope so.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah, we'll get you set up.
Yeah, sorry, I'll get out of your way. You good? Oh, you're with lost people. I met you out here. Well, not you, but...
I'll meet you later. You all here for the local offline AI?
Yep. Sure.
Wow.
I haven't really done it. I haven't really played around with stuff locally.
Okay. Great.
And I just have a brand spanking new Dell R660 to use.
How much RAM do you get for
I
that?
have 384 gigs of RAM.
Jeez.
It was a present because someone decided to throw away a perfectly good server that only needed more capacity replaced. So I got.
Wait, that's RAM, not VRAM, right?
That's RAM.
Okay. VRAM is what you need.
Well, I'll work on it.
Okay. Yeah.
If you'd like, you can watch the live stream on YouTube as well on the website. There's a link to a virtual space called Work Event. Okay.
Sorry, I just want to close all my stuff except the talk here.
Yeah, this is full. Japheth, you want to make sure to let people know that it's full in here?
Yes, sir.
And that no one can sit down anymore?
Yeah, okay.
Is there a live stream?
There's a live stream.
Working on that now,
So-
yeah.
Okay. There will be as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's live streaming actively now.
Okay. So, let me see. I'm only seeing one display so far. Is that expected? Try again.
One sec.
Yeah, it's full.
First one of the day. What? Attention, babe. This one's
Don't use
this-
the loop through. You want to get rid of this. No, I can't do it. And plug it in the input there. And then do restart OBS. Oh no, you're good. We got it. Just it's doing
This one's
dual
for the-
display. You
Oh, there
have
it
to
is.
Mirror.
Okay, so right side.
That's a good question.
Okay, I'll find out. I'll figure it out.
Hey, excuse me, the room's full. Sorry. I'm gonna get you a full sign. So.
Okay.
Oh, that'd be.
Yeah.
Okay, it's working.
Things working
I think so,
expected. Okay, we're live. We're good. So we have 5 minutes until.
You should clean your camera, there's all this scary green stuff on it.
Okay, I think I'll do. Okay, this is weird. I need to figure out which side I'm on. Okay, that screen's gonna be on my right. One, two. Yeah. Good. Sorry, you want to move up?
No, you're good. Oh. That's
Okay, I don't have to look up there. I can just look right here. That's pretty sweet. Testing.
Excuse
1,
me,
2, 3.
We're full for
Sibilance,
this room.
sibilance.
There's a live stream available on
YouTube.
Yes, on YouTube, and there's a link on Linux Fest Northwest, but we can't accept any more.
Thanks.
We should just do this all outside. We'll have all the space we need.
Maximum capacitance. Oh yeah, there we go. Full sign.
Can I go down a little bit?
I don't think so.
Yeah, that was perfect.
Full resolution. How far did everyone travel?
Michigan.
Michigan, Iowa, New York. What was that? Back there? Okay, no? Anyone further than New York? Oh, that's cool. Virginia? Okay, yeah, see?
Bellingham.
Nice. Local. There'll be a lot of like local theme today. I'm from Seattle right now. And I don't know if y'all saw online, but I gave this talk a couple times, but now it's a new talk. So this is really mostly about tools and MCP. I have not started yet. This is not the talk.
MCP is sort of digitizing this, taking us into the Tron world.
Thank you. Okay, this is a reference to Master Control Program from Tron. Thank you very much. I appreciate a good Tron reference anytime. So is this mic and this camera? So I should probably stand right here, not like walk all around. Is that a little easier for you guys?
If you go to about the midpoint of yeah, you're out of frame now. You just went out of frame.
Okay.
So everywhere from
So
your
if I
computer
want to hide,
yeah,
I go in the middle of the room. Okay.
yeah.
Interesting.
And then
Oh yeah. Huh?
we're full in this room.
I'm flattered, really.
This room was full before the last class of you left.
Oh man. Who was asking? Someone was asking if there's a. Is anyone in the? It's a Matrix chat. Linux Fest Northwest. No.
We're full
Yes.
now.
What? Oh yeah. Would you let them know they're live streaming? If you could. Thank you.
Oh.
Anyone from Seattle? You heard of Seattle Matrix? Oh yeah. Yeah.
I actually have.
Okay, check it out if you haven't. Just search Seattle Matrix. It's a kind of a, let's see, little group of folks who keep a bunch of stuff online that's useful and local and friendly. Okay, can I start?
Just to, you pronounce your last name Monson?
Monson, yeah.
Yeah, so. Today we'll be listening to Adam Monson on local AI. Here we go.
Thank you. Thank you, Jathan. Welcome. Welcome, y'all. Good morning. Thank you, Linux Fest Northwest, all volunteers, all sponsors. It's an amazing conference. I'm happy to be back. I'm honored and really flattered. My main tech interests lately are self-hosting and local first. Those are just kind of two things on my hobby end that get me excited lately. Sorry, it's full. And but it's online. Am I going to be doing that a lot?
There's
Okay.
a sign, so you'd think
Okay.
not, but
So I'm self-hosting a bunch of stuff, including some large language models with just enough hardware for me and my family. And part of what I want to demonstrate today is that it's doable even with 8 gigs of RAM, because that's what I have and that's what I'm playing with for smaller experiments, learning. And primarily that's what I'm hoping to do today, is just impart on y'all a bit of what I've learned, and maybe you already know, and I mean, you'll teach me, it always happens as well, but a little bit of knowledge of this stuff that's new and sometimes scary and interesting. It's full, sorry, but it's online. And it's worthwhile for us learning. My intent is that
I would hope that you learn it and take it on to do some more good in the world, help other folks. So lately it's become easier as well because the models are getting more efficient, smaller. They're meant for mobile. They're trying to hit us where we are. So stuff runs on mobile a lot better, edge, and your own stuff at home. All of these latest developments you see in the news are quite useful for self-hosters, local, offline data, and compute. There's two kind of distinct chunks of compute. I hope this shouldn't be news, but your kind of basic stuff, a general purpose computer, your CPU will do anything, GPU, special purpose. So just CPU and GPU. There's lots of other XPUs, but those are the two we're going to focus on today. Any questions? It's all free. You can remix it. So these are the two things I'm focusing on today. We'll start with tools and journey on to model context protocol, not master control program, although I'm a big fan of Tron as well. Tools are functions described to a model. So you just imagine a text chat with an AI, and you're saying, hey, also I got this tool here, you can use it. And here's what it does. Here's how you call it. Is this new to anybody? Have you heard of, so who's heard of tools? Who's really heard of tools? Okay, that's cool. Who's using tools? Who's written a tool? Okay, nice. Well, I'm going to call you up here in a minute. No, I'm just kidding. But let me know if I get something quite wrong as well. That happens, but not often. More often than I'd like, but not that often. Okay, so yeah, so tools. You're in a chat. Let's go back to our chat. You're describing to the model, hey, I have a question and I have a tool. Let's do some good work, and it responds helpfully. We'll get to what it does. And MCP, Model Context Protocol, is a convention, more than a protocol. I don't know. It's conventions for reusable portable tool servers. So if you got your tool, a thing you're going to tell a model during a chat, then your MCP is a toolbox where you're talking to the model as well, and you're going to say, oh, I have access to this whole toolbox. One of the examples that I found was a Nextcloud. Who's familiar with Nextcloud? Okay, good. So you're kind of self-hostable cloud, and someone's built, there's several MCP servers for Nextcloud that handle and integrate with many of the functions, calendaring and contacts, for example, files. So you can just point this MCP server at your Nextcloud instance and start doing a lot of things through a text chat with an AI. Okay? So yeah, if tools are wrenches, MCP is a toolbox. Okay, general architecture. Everybody seeing this okay? Okay. So I'm running Ollama at home. You need some kind of thing to run your models. There's quite a few of these. Ollama is just kind of a nice, easy, open source, easy to get started. It's hard to mess it up. You flip it on, you pull a model, you start chatting. So very easy. And these ones that I've highlighted here are all tools capable models. So for a model to be useful with tools, it has to be trained that way and taught to understand what you're going to pass it in text chat. So you give it a tiny prompt, and then Ollama itself, in this case, it's full, sorry. It's online, though. It's full.
We're full.
But you can say, Ollama, I got these tools, and you give it JSON, and Ollama converts it to something the model is trained to understand. Okay, any questions on these clients? Anyone's unfamiliar? Just like, you can give me like reactions or something, it helps a lot. No? Okay.
How is Nextcloud a client if it is itself something that serves? Like this is your server and Nextcloud is a client of your server, which is doing the AI?
Yeah, indeed. It can do both. Nextcloud really is just like a connection framework. So you'd have a separate, I think with the way they recommend running models with Nextcloud is if you have, well, okay, there's a million ways to deploy Nextcloud. I don't know, but it's so flexible, it's both, let's say. Is that enough for now? Okay.
Sure.
So here's my toy example. This is the actual work we're trying to get done is right here. What is A times B? Big numbers, hard to do on your fingers. even kind of hard to do on paper. It'd take you a little while. A silly example to ask an LLM, but interesting because a lot of LLMs until kind of this year couldn't actually answer it. So that's the question I've posed. And initially here in this whole script, I'm just chatting with an AI. I'm just saying, what is this times this? Do your best, or your worst in this case. There's an intentional space right here because I'm going to add more code. But this is any questions on this kind of, this is Python, kind of pseudocode. But I'm pointing it at my own server. Okay. So here's what happens when you run that script. So I already have the right thing installed, so I can import Ollama at the top. And then I send it to, that's import Ollama is the Ollama SDK. And I'm going to, the SDK is going to send JSON over HTTPS to the Ollama API. So JSON gets to Ollama, and then Ollama transforms that into a text template. And a text template is what the model understands. And the text template in this case is just saying, here's a chat message from a user, answer it. Takes a long time, a lot of rumination. Who's familiar with thinking models or reasoning models? Okay, so what they do is they talk to themselves. It looks crazy, but it helps them come up with better answers. I don't even know why. Does anybody know why? Enlighten me. Okay, well, let's learn why for our next talk. But it does work. It gives out an answer which is technically correct. It's just approximate. So we can do better than that. And certainly we could just open up Python and multiply the two numbers and get the answer instantly. And we'll come back to that as well. But that's the whole motivation here is I know I can do it easily with Python, glue it together for me with a very easy UI that I can talk with. Okay, so here's all the new code. Multiply function added, and then I'm passing in that multiply function into the Ollama SDK. And then that is going to change what's sent to the model itself. With me so far? Exactly the same pipeline. The only difference here is that this kind of thing, this isn't, actually, yeah, this is exactly what the text looks like when it comes back to the Ollama. So it goes like back and forth, and this comes back out of the Ollama SDK into my Python script, and then I get to decide what to do with that. Me, meaning me or my Python script. Is that clear? So I said to the model here, multiply these numbers, and here's a tool if you think you need it. You know, it's like a pretty obvious hint right here, obviously, right? But we'll build on this example. So that's it. Our simple script doesn't actually call multiply. It only prints out the model response because that's what we want to see. So let me show you really quick. I'm going to bounce to the chat template. Okay, so bear with me. There's a lot. But hopefully you can suss out. Sorry, it's full. So this is the useful part right here in my original and second versions of the scripts, right? What's new is tool list. So this whole tool list is JSON. It's passing to the model, but it's within these special tags. So the model is actually seeing this text. That's my understanding. And I got to admit, my understanding is a bit cursory because I got to it just by like, you search around, some of the terminology is in flux, and then I turned on debugging, and I'm like, actually turned on, Ollama lets you spit out some more stuff, and so I'm like, oh, okay, I could actually see that going to the model. And this, so what's interesting too is that the model didn't spit this out. I told that to the model. So my script, I added on to the script below there, and I said, okay, if I get a tool call, actually call the function and pass it back to the model again. And the idea is like, I've done all this work, I've chatted with the model, asked it what to do, passed it a function to do that if it wants to. It did. And so I executed the function, and then I got that result, and I passed the whole thing back to the model, and now I can talk about it with the model. Is that all clear? So I could say like, approximate this number, or is it close to pi, or do more multiplication, or format in a nice little table. Like anything you could imagine doing with the model, you can continue building on this. This adds up into what's called our context window. So that thing builds and eventually runs out because you have a limited amount of video RAM for your GPU to deal with, or integrated RAM or whatever. You have a limited amount of memory, and in the world of AI models, it's called your context window. Okay? So I'm going to bump back to that tool example here. Okay, so remember this. This was just back and forth. We got the tool call. And considering the original math problem we asked, there are several ways to attack it. And I'm not here to tell you one way is better than the other. I think I want to tell you pretty quickly to avoid this middle row. But sorry, just basically what we have here is the method we use to compute this math problem, pros for that method and cons for that method. Yeah, I mean, I love Python. I'd rather do this problem with Python, but I forced myself to use AI for it. It was interesting, right? But programming is arguably a complex UI. Talking to something or text chatting, easy UI, roughly. Too slow, but then of course we can make it happen with tools. This is our it totally feels like a kludge to me, but then maybe compilers did with assembly. I have no idea. I mentioned Jevons paradox here. Anybody heard of that? That's kind of a fun one. They came from the coal mining days in the UK, where the more coal we were able to get, the more efficiently we were able to use coal, the more we needed. So you'd think like, oh yeah, it's a little bit counterintuitive, but it's quite intuitive once you think through it. And I think that's something that happens in general with AI, and it's kind of my warning to you, is use it responsibly. I mean, use it thoughtfully. It makes sense in some places and not others. Okay, so that's tools in a nutshell. And then back to MCP servers, which are a box of tools. But it's also this standardized box that fits on a lot of shelves. You can pass from many different kinds of clients. They're pretty much all MCP capable now, and I think it won't be long before our cars are MCP capable, our phones already are. I mean, anything that changes quickly, but you could imagine your oven talking to your fridge or something like that. I mean, it's all kind of, everybody wants to do these kind of integrations, and so it's gradually happening. I would, if I'm putting my dad hat on, I would say like do it responsibly, but it's happening across the board because it makes money. So anybody use these clients, any of them? Okay, anybody heard of OpenCode? Okay, it's okay. I've been a little happier with OLMCP. OpenCode is made for coding. It's just, I think there's a number of Claude Code kind of ripoffs that are, not ripoffs, they're better, they're improvements because they're open source. So these, OLMCP is one that appears to be designed to work with Olama, but I found it works fine. You can tell it to use any MCP server, so I don't know what the limitation is there, but it's kind of built to work with Olama. And since I'm kind of all in on Olama right now. I will say there's lots of alternatives to Olama too. You want to run stuff locally. There's a ton of backup slides in this deck that you can find where maybe you want to try something that's more useful for image generation or manipulation or other kinds of AI things. There's many things you can run from home, and many of them are pretty easy. Local AI is another one. Really easy to use and a lot more image capability. So these are the kind of things you might connect an MCP server to add more functionality to an AI chat. So in this example here, I'll go through. So I've started up a tiny web server that serves one web page. This is intentionally gray and hard to read because you don't have to know what's in this. All you have to know is that I've got AI, I've got a client that I can use to talk to whatever I got, and I got a web page with an internal memo that is only accessible when I'm inside the company, and it has the secret information that I want to do work with. Okay, so this basic architecture making sense. The MCP server is that toolbox. I've given it, the tool that I've specifically given is called Fetch. This is one of the examples that comes with Model Context Protocol. If you just search Model Context Protocol, you'll get the GitHub repository with all the examples. This is one of the example MCP servers. That's all it does. Fetches a web page, spits it out in a format that's useful for a model to digest and help you do work on with a chatbot. So I started up Olama, started up my OLMCP. Sorry, is this clear? This little thing is just a terminal app. You can talk to it. You tell it what things to talk with, what MCP servers to talk with, and what individual tools you can give it as well. So this is your terminal app. That server is running, the MCP server is running separately. The web page is running separately. Olama is running separately. But all this is under, except for the models, all this just takes up like, a few hundred megs of RAM or something like that, which is not much these days. Okay, so this is my conversation. I've told OLMCP about fetch, and then I've just asked it to fetch a web page. You'll have seen this kind of interaction if you'd used, the big proprietary ones, Anthropic, but the big models, ChatGPT, they all use MCP and models, but it's opaque. So it's not challenging though, and I would totally encourage you to start these few little things. Oh, push the wrong button. Gosh, that's not the right button. Okay, sorry about the buttons. I'm going to go back to keyboard. It's too tempting. Gotta do it. Okay, there we go. So, I'm sorry. No, it's not good. Okay, here we go. So it just shows pretty clearly that you can talk to the model and it can incorporate a fetch. So remember the chat template? MCP servers, in this MCP server is pretty simple, so the chat template doesn't grow too big, but you have to always be aware of the more, it appears to me that the more tools you add, the more MCP servers, the more you have to add to the context window because you have to tell it all the things it can do along with the question you're asking. So when this was about as much as I could get working reliably. It would work every time. I would get a consistent chat and I would get consistent answers. But if you're asking bigger, more challenging questions, like imagine that Nextcloud MCP server, I tried asking, I plugged it all into the Olama I had running in my OLMCP, and I said, look at all my appointments in this year and move them forward by 1 hour. And here's your MCP server. And it just immediately runs out of the context window for the model I was using here, Lfnw 2.5. Built for tools, very lightweight. You have to have a very brief list of functions it can do. But it can do them well, and you still get that nice chat interface. So I think mobile is like an interesting target here for Lfnw 2.5 and a small amount of tools or a simple MCP server. So this is kind of my takeaways when you're thinking about MCP. It appears to be it's sticking. It's not going away, which in the world of AI today, stuff is coming and going. I mean, I did this talk 6 months ago, and it was all about RAG, and it's like it's changed since then. So RAG is still a thing. You can look it up, but I'm not even going to cover it today because MCP is so much more interesting. I mentioned the context window. And just, I mean, when it comes to security, you hear about, oh, I've let OpenClaw do everything with all my things. I mean, don't do that. You don't need to. I mean, maybe you're trying to make a great YouTube video or something, but I think this is a great chance to go back to tried and true tools like OpenSnitch. Little Snitch was like this really popular one for Mac, and OpenSnitch, and I mean more and more. Like we have all the tools we already need in a standard GNU Linux install. Like it's got everything you need, and with an AI you can chat with, like which man page should I look up for the system calls related to security, and it's just like pointing you right to those things. So I think the current advances in AI are a huge opportunity for us to do more at home, locally, small communities, small groups, families, churches, sports teams. You can do more with less today. So I think it's kind of a side product of what, people are trying to make loads of money, and they are, with giant foundation models. You do everything. I mean, who wants that? Please raise your hand. Do you want computers to take over everything? I mean, I don't know. It's one world, but if we're thoughtful about it and careful and take this knowledge and do it for good, use it for good, I think we can do some amazing things. So I had some questions for y'all. Anybody have any of the slides? Yeah.
You listed several models there. Are you running all of those at the same time, or are you swapping them out as needed depending on what you're doing? Just thinking from the practical standpoint of how much do you need to go spend on GPUs?
Yeah, so the question was, sorry, repeat questions? Okay, so the question was about model size and do you run multiple models at once? Especially with 8 gigs is a low amount of VRAM these days, video RAM. So my GPU it's a small little gamer card. I can run Qwen 3.4b and LFM 2.5 at the same time, but that's about it. There's another thing in the background that runs on my server. It's a jellyfin transcoding thing, and that's tiny. That's like 175 megs or something. That's all it needs of GPU VRAM to do video transcoding and drastically speed up video streaming for my home movies and stuff for my family. But yeah, they swap out automatically. Olama handles that for you. Local AI does as well, so I imagine it's kind of a general thing. Local AI actually gives you more control. You can boot out, you can eject models, you can force load them or mess things up, but Olama seems to just do the right thing. That's another reason I've kind of switched to Olama, and I recommend that these days, is because to get started, to learn, to flip it on, you can start it on desktop as easily on a server. The Docker stuff is really clean for containerizing and stuff, or I think you can containerize it other ways as well as Docker. So yeah, model size is a big issue though. Your number, you can have as many as you want. Just the VRAM is going to be your biggest consideration. If you're going to yeah, go ahead. The next question.
I'll try not to monopolize, but one other question is from the angle of cost.
Yeah.
Power consumption. Are you doing things to try to tamp that down, or are you kind of just letting it run and not worrying about it?
What I'm doing right now with power consumption is the question. What am I doing with that? Well, it's interesting because you go and ask ChatGPT something, you have no idea, right? It could be a small slice of power in a big farm, or it could be boiling water in Oregon like they claim on the news. I mean, I just don't know, and I don't think we will know unless they decide to tell us. But at home, it's really fun because you can compute exactly how much power is used. So I can watch my card pull, I think it's 130 watt idle. So it's like a strong incandescent light bulb. And then when I flip on my GPU, actually I got a nice slide with that power consumption. Can you guys see that? I'll try to make it a little bigger, but what I'm doing now is, in short, just monitoring it. So I'm curious, and the cool thing about running it locally is now I have a way to monitor it, right? Okay. Oh, so here's I'm generating an image with, this system is called Invoke AI. Of course, it's right there. And it's kind of neat because it shows you the intermediate steps towards making an image. But then I have this screencast also of what power is used during it. So, yeah, so the card can use up to 130 watts. My server also idles at about 130 watts. So, 5 seconds at 130 watt. So 130 times 5 watt seconds, which is negligible. And home power is always cheaper than data center power or whatever, I think. But that's as far as I've got with it. You got to have another question. Come on. No, yeah, front.
I have lots of questions.
Okay, thank you.
As someone who's never run anything locally, what's a good learning resource if I want to dig deeper or?
Lots of links in this deck, especially the take-home notes. So, yeah.
Will that be available on your site?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I get to it? Yeah, there you go. So that, adammonson.com, the highest post today is links to this deck and, this is like just a giant HTML doc that you open locally, of course, offline. And it has backup material is just all the previous versions of this talk I've done, plus everything from today.
Okay.
All free. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, oh, can I mention one more thing? My biggest client right now is Mifos Initiative. They're awesome, nonprofit, banking for the unbanked. They bank the poor. They have a table in the expo hall. It's awesome. They're always looking for people to help out or just spread the word, interest. If you've heard of microfinance, Muhammad Yunus, Nobel Peace winner in early aughts, this is building on that technology, and it's incredible. So Mifos Initiative, check it out. They're awesome. Any wrap-up? Are we over time?
Oh, no, we have, I mean, the session ends at 55.
Oh,
then
sweet.
We can take another 15-ish minutes.
Well, if you want to leave, please leave quietly. Otherwise, I'd love to entertain questions.
So do you see any, or seeing business use for this?
Oh, yeah. And so the question is about business use. Is there business use for this? Absolutely. Endless. So one thing that comes to mind often in my head is like, oh, you got a law firm. They have, 28,000 documents from 1,400 cases, and really none of it should go online. And you have two main choices these days. One, you can get a no train, no retain contract with a big AI firm, and I think that's probably most people's go-to. I think there's a strong use case for flip it on with some on-prem server, but it's quite a gap between those two things. On-prem is so much work. The in-cloud thing that you just pay somebody for is so tempting.
I guess that's where I'm going, because if we have people that need to be trained to do this, like, should we be tooling up in the colleges and whatnot to be training our next workforce to be able to support this?
Yeah, it's another question. Should we be training our next workforce to support this, tool this up for if it's, yeah, I mean, 100%. I think we are. I mean, if you look at the course curriculums, you'll see lots of AI creeping in. AI itself, it's just another computer tool. I don't know. I mean,
Exactly.
it's.
This is a different angle.
Yeah, I got to learn object orientation still. Now I got to learn AI still. It's fine. I think, but absolutely, and this is a great way to learn it. And I think a lot of the stuff you can get for home, even newer laptops are AI compute capable. I mean, if you could get out like the hardware in an Xbox, you could do a ton of stuff. So yeah, I think absolutely. Please tinker with it. Let me know how it goes, and tell me what you learn. And yeah, I built up a whole community around a book I wrote about self-hosting, and folks come in, and AI was one of the first things that came. I was like, just a few years ago, can you run it at home too? Oh yeah, somebody released an open model, Llama, and now it seems there's as much development in the open as there is in proprietary big tech. I mean, there's some new foundation model. It makes images slightly better. I mean, I don't know. It feels some of it's kind of plateaued. And now to me, the really interesting thing is glue. The glue stuff I want to glue my Nextcloud server to my Jellyfin server. And I mean, I do that in an hour. And then I still got to review the code and understand it enough. But it's okay. Yeah, vibe. I can't do much vibe coding with 8 gigs of VRAM. But I've played around with the large proprietary stuff to do vibe coding. Yeah, please.
What do you think is the maximum use on a personal home desktop with a local offline?
Well, it depends on your VRAM. So the more the better. I mean, what do you think you can do and what definitely can't do? Oh, well, I haven't experimented much with, this is going to be second hand, but 48 gigs of VRAM, you can do quite a bit, even vibe coding, MCP servers. I see some nodding, so some validation around that. But yeah, it's going to really depend on how much RAM your AI has access to at compute time. And a lot of the newer chips like Metal, M2, they combine GPU specific, it's integrated or something, so you have access to quite a bit more. I'm curious about off-lease hardware. Maybe some of that is starting to pop up on eBay as well, or wherever, secondhand marketplace where you can get. Video cards for gamers are hard to find, like properly cooled and ones that fit. I had to actually cut open my case, my 1U case, to fit in a GPU, and it was a slim. So I don't know. I don't know much about hardware, and I'd love to do a talk or see a talk all about hardware, because that's entirely huge world. But the take home for me about hardware is like, it's out there. Start with at least, let's say 48 gigs of VRAM. If you can get something with that much, you could do probably just about anything you'd want to do at home. Yeah.
If your home lab is like just maybe PCs with no GPUs, is this just out of the question for running yourself?
Not completely, but it limits you quite a bit. So the question is about, what if your home lab is just CPU? I would say try, Whisper is a model I use a ton, only on CPU. And it's slow, but I don't care. I mean, I'm transcribing, took voice memos in the car or something, and then I'm like transcribing it later, and I don't care how long it takes. So yes, there are things you can do even with CPU. And also, if you can afford to wait, like if you're running something overnight, I think there's some interesting, efficient and conservative compute methods that even work on CPU with low RAM. I don't know. I haven't tried that stuff myself, but yeah. But
Voice box. will
last
work
one.
on it, too.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Last question.
That's a question, more of a comment to your first question. My company, we work with a lot of sensitive data. We're in health tech, so there's a lot of private patient data that we do not want to be sending to the big AI providers. So we're on probably our 4th generation of deploying AI models locally in our own sandboxed environments. For it's not quite, it's halfway between the home personal PC thing and someone else's data sovereignty, so that we can control the boundaries of where that data is going, and that's been very useful for us. And I learned some new things about it today. But I think there's a million variants of how and why you'd want to do that.
Yeah, well, let's keep it going. I think there are a million use cases. There's a gentleman just giving us a use case in healthcare where they're prevented from using the cloud with cloud AI.
We wouldn't want to. I mean,
Yeah.
the whole we prefer not to chase down that first legal route, and just prefer to just know that this data is safe.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you again, everybody. Appreciate you coming today.
You've done this before. No, you just maintained really good control of like the room and everything.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going? Hey, appreciate it. Thanks for coming.
I wanted to mention a project called Mesh LLM that lets you pool GPUs and just resources across like
Yes, sir.
have a bunch of like full size
Mesh LLM, okay.
That's a good idea. I like that.
Just thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Hey,
Thank you. I like that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
You'll still have some people. Yeah, but English, you like literally have to push the sign away.
Exactly.
But thank you.
When it comes to like Copilot agents, is MCP kind of like, is that kind of a similar context, like similar protocol they use, or is it all proprietary that Microsoft would be using?
Both. So I think with Copilot, is the online one or is there a local friendly one? I haven't used Copilot.
Online. It's all cloud.
Yeah. Well, I mean, MCP itself is obviously open. So if something speaks MCP, you can talk to it.
Okay.
On either end. The model framework doesn't talk to MCP. A client talks to MCP, and then it affects what you hand the model.
Yeah.
So yeah. But I don't know the answer.
Okay.
Yeah. You bet. Thanks for coming.
Have you tried the Open Web UI for the front end interface?
No, I have not. No, I've heard of it. Other folks are talking about Seattle Matrix. This gets a lot of.
I've been using it for the last 2 weeks. I just built out my AI at my house.
It looks like ChatGPT, right?
Yeah, it looks like
Okay.
ChatGPT. You can do model toggling throughout the whole thing.
Okay.
It has obviously RAG.
Yeah.
They're calling it knowledge.
Yeah.
But, it's super easy for when you're first learning. I've been learning a lot about that, and things like switching your models, and when they age out and release the VRAM, there's actually a timer on there for a llama, and it defaults to 5 minutes. Where you ask it a query, that model will stay in memory for 5 minutes, and then it clears the memory, and that model is unloaded.
That's
But you
an
can set the
Olama
timer.
feature or
It's a
Open Web UI?
This is a Olama feature that you can it's one of the settings you can set.
You can manipulate it from Open Web UI.
Yeah, so
that's cool.
your different models, you can have them live for different lifetimes.
Oh, okay.
But I wanted to ask you about MCP server.
Yeah.
Are you running any locally?
Well, honestly, just this like fetch example. Yeah. I mean, I've tried. You can run any of them. They don't take up much RAM themselves. But
Excuse me, we're closing this room, so if we could start moving things out. Thank you.
Because that's the next thing I'm starting to look at is
you can run them easily. It's just that you need a bigger model with more things in your MCP server. So if your MCP server has, like the next one is 117 tools.
Yep.
And I can do
Lathe
something
should
useful if I only
have
need
the
one tool.
Right. Yeah.
But then,
pause.
like, what use is it to just to only be able to read dollar then or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this one was about MCP.
Local AI, he was getting into the MCP servers a little bit and tools.
Yeah.
Some of the, like nothing too in depth, but it's a little more in depth than what anything I know. So
That's my jam. Got everything.
yeah, what's that?
But the food, just go back to the volunteer area. Good work, thank you.
Okay.
Front left. Front left. Front left. Front
Cool. Okay, do that.
technically, we're not supposed to let these in until the room happens.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, just set that down there. That's great. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Oh yeah, my pleasure.
Thank you.
Cool. I can set this door so that it'll just lock automatically if.
That's fine.
Yeah, and then I should be back around here in like 25 minutes or so. Get your
Outstanding.
room captain in.
Great.
Yeah.
I don't just suffer performance anxiety quietly.
It's nice to have some peaceful time.
It is nice to have some peaceful time. You're quite right. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. What's your name, by the way?
Justin.
Justin.
Yeah, good to meet you.
Good to meet you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Have a good time.
Sorry, I'm Adam. I think I might have left my name badge in there. Do you mind if I check?
Hey, come in.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I think you did.
Ah, good.
I think it is
There it is.
right here. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
When's your Q&A?
In about 39 minutes, 29 minutes. In fact, I want to ask you a favor.
Yes.
Can you stay here for a moment?
You bet.
I want to go to the little boy's room.
Okay.
And thank you.
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you. Of course. Now you're looking to talk. Thank you.
May I?
By all means.
May I?
Are you the room captain?
Unleash the horde? No.
Do you know how to plug in the my computer to the overhead projector?
Oh yes. The you want to help me set up with the HDMI? Yeah.
So you're trying to get the laptop connected?
Yep. So here's an output.
So this is your own cable?
This is my own cable.
Okay. I think we have our own cable set up. So
Oh,
we can-
okay, great.
yeah, we can
In
connect
that case,
it.
let
I
me
just need
just
to
pull
figure
the
out
plug.
Need to figure out where we put it. It should be connected.
I was looking for it and did not find it.
Okay. So I do not know what this blue thing is.
It goes to an orange wire, which I thought was Ethernet, but no, it's not connected to anything.
It looks like it connects to this thing here, which, yeah, hold on, this is, yeah, they've done some modifications to a setup I was not not familiar with. Hold on, let me figure out where. So you said that orange cable led to where?
It goes nowhere.
It goes nowhere?
It goes lying, it's just laying on the floor.
Well, can I see your HDMI cable?
Here you go.
Alright. Now let me just pop this off. If something goes wrong, I can just message support and then figure out why that's there. But yeah, let's plug that in. And then here's the other end. Oh, there's. Oh, that's where our cable went. Yeah, here's our official cable, but we can use your cable.
All right. Well, something happened. And
let's see. Okay, yep, the mic's working. Yep, mic and camera's working. I see you right there.
all right. And
Where will you be?
I'm standing right here.
Okay.
Okay. So now it should be the same on both monitors. And it's not.
I got no signal.
Now wait a second. I have a 50-50 chance of plugging this into the right jack.
Look for something.
Okay. Try it now.
Nothing changed. Is it plugged in? Okay, it is plugged in. Huh. Let me go ahead and get support.
All right. And meanwhile,
I did not capture that. There, I'll be right back.
all right.
Calendar event.
Tell me about it.
Usually connected to, but oh, it's kind of going in and out.
Yeah, that's the splitter.
Okay.
So we should have trained you all on this, but
go out of here and directly into the capture card up here. And what that will do is we'll bypass the splitter. And what that should let you do is when you, yep, like that.
Oh, there you go.
See? Perfect. Can you stand where you're going to stand for the session really fast? Is that where you're going to stand for the session? Okay. Let me move this camera for you. And tilt it. No, we don't want to get the table on there.
Oh, would you like a chair?
Me?
I was offering a.
Oh, him, yeah.
No, I think I'll stand. Thank you.
Okay, good. Start recording. Oh, click record button on that, please.
It's already going.
Good.
All right. Now, I don't see anything on this screen or on the screen of the screen.
That is also an issue. Let's see here.
This projector was overheating this morning. I don't know if it's on again or off right now.
It looks like it's still in an alarm
Oh,
state.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it's still in an alarm state.
You can open some of the windows during one of the morning talks, trying to breeze in, like cool down. It stayed on to the talk at least.
So I was sitting at the opposite corner of the room, and I watched them open up the windows, but I didn't understand the reason why.
Yeah, at least we're getting something on the projector now.
Yeah, okay. So great. That's the same thing
Yes.
that I see here, but it's not the same thing that I see here.
Yes. Maybe click join meeting. Oh yeah, that's a different thing. Is it this? No.
Is it this?
I think it may be this. Yeah. Where's the mouse? Oh, yep, it's over here. Yep.
Okay.
Join meeting. See if that'll work. Give me a second.
Okay.
Get this stuff out. There it is. Let me get support again. This is why we get here a bit early.
Yep.
It's okay. I don't know how to. There's, yeah, I don't know how to get the stream going up onto there because. Okay, so I believe this is an OBS thing. Oh, okay.
There we go.
Okay, yeah. I just knew that I was not allowed to touch OBS. So.
No, that's the only part where you want to cast the projectors.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem.
What's your name?
Jeff Silverman.
Nice to meet you, Jeff. I'm Hunter.
Hi, Hunter.
You have a fabulous shirt.
Well, it was the shirt from last year.
I wasn't here last year, so.
Oh, well. The talk that I gave last year was better than the talk I'm going to give this year.
I know then.
Well, I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to answer questions. So if nobody has any questions, we're just going to stare at one another for 30 minutes.
Are you gonna hold the envelopes up like Johnny Carson?
I beg your pardon?
You gonna hold up the envelopes like Johnny Carson did?
No, I'm not. Are you old enough to remember a television program called To Tell the Truth? That's going to be more like that. Okay, so I am going to do an imitation of someone with schizophrenia, and I'm going to have 4 different personalities, and you have to figure out which one is the real one.
That should be easy.
I beg your pardon?
That should be easy.
Oh, I hope so. My psychiatrist has been working on it for years, and he hasn't succeeded yet.
cookies tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, hopefully. You're doing the raffle.
Yeah, I know, I need to get some tickets.
Yeah.
All right, it is 2 o'clock, and welcome to questions and answers. So if you've got questions, I've got answers. Maybe they'll be right. If I don't know, I will admit that I don't know. But basically, the reason why I'm doing this is because when I was at Siegel last fall, several people asked me if I was coming to Linux Fest, and I said no because I couldn't think of anything to say. And they both told me the same thing. Jeff, you do a really good job of answering questions, so why don't we do a question and answer session and get people who've got questions, and you can give answers. And I said nobody's going to go to that, but here you guys are. And so, come on in. I won't bite hard. So, having said that, I have been using Linux since 1997, and it's like a little bit more than half of my professional career. And I am allegedly retired, but I've found a new role as a emergency manager. And one of the things that I've done is over here on the table, I've got a hub server. So our emergency hub has got a whole bunch of educational material, couple hundred pages of educational material on what to do in case of a disaster, earthquake, flood, fire, power outage, cold spell, Starbucks going out of business. All those contingencies are covered, and that's a lot of paper. And my assumption is that there's not going to be any electricity, so nothing to go run a printer with. So this emergency hub server has got all that educational material stored inside of it, and people can just come up with their cell phone, connect up to it through the Wi-Fi, and it is, if you go look at the SSIDs that are floating around, if you see one that says HLEH, that is the Haller Lake Emergency Hub, and this machine over here, at the moment, it's drawing about 1.5 watts. And with the little battery that it's got, it should be good for about 10 hours of continuous operation. So, and then what I have on the display right here, right now, is a list of all of the SSIDs that are currently visible to my laptop. And you can see that HLEH is there at the top, and that's because it is the closest one. And unless other people have got questions about disasters and emergencies and things like that, that's pretty much all I'm going to say about it. So, how many people here are from live in the city of Seattle? Can I see a show of hands here? Okay, so you guys should all go to a website called seattleemergencyhubs.org and learn what to do in case of a disaster. There are 815,000 people in Seattle, and if there is a major earthquake, unless you know where your emergency hub is, you're going to be uncomfortable. It's not the earthquake that's going to kill you. It's going to be the aftermath when all the infrastructure we depend on is missing. What are you going to do if all the bridges over the ship canal fall into the water, for example? We don't think it's going to happen, but that's what the people in San Francisco thought before the Nimitz freeway collapsed. So that's, yes.
What is the password for?
Oh, it is big with a capital B, bang with a capital B, 2025 exclamation mark. Okay. So let's see, one of the terminal windows I've got, I was keeping an eye on it. Yeah, so this is the access log. So when you get to the web server, we should see something. So anyway, so having gone through that introduction, I'm going to open the floor to questions. Don't everybody raise your hand at once. Okay, one of you can raise your hands once. Okay, yes.
So, since we have infrastructure as code,
Yes.
and we have AI that writes code,
Yes.
how long until we have AI managed infrastructure?
I have no idea.
It's already happening in some markets. I was at SRECon a few weeks ago, and it's the next big SRE thing. Okay. Be terrified now, yes.
Well, so, you know, I have two views about that sort of thing, and they're both informed by my favorite science fiction movies. One of them is The Forbidden Planet, and if you'll recall, if you have not seen the movie, you should definitely go see it. If ever someone talks to you about the monsters of the id, that's from Forbidden Planet. At one point, the robot is given a pistol and is ordered to shoot the commander of the spacecraft, and he can't do it because he's got a rule that says he can't kill people. And then my other favorite science fiction movie is 2001: A Space Odyssey, where Hal, and Hal is actually kind of a tragic character. He kills the crew of the ship Discovery, with the exception of the astronaut Dave Bowman, who then goes on the fantastic voyage. So those are two opposite views of artificial intelligence and reverence for life. And that's science fiction. You know, yes.
Can you all go down the rabbit hole a bit of the big giant concern of AI becoming the infrastructure?
There is.
A job. Like, I'm a system admin. So
Oh, okay. That would make sense.
All right, so there's a science fiction movie on the subject, if you wish. It is called Colossus, the Forbin Project. And essentially this gigantic computer is given launch capability and basically takes over the planet. And it's hard to know if the movie has a happy ending or a sad one. I don't like the ending, but it's an example of what happens when you turn management of the infrastructure over to computers. Okay, yes?
FYI, there's an older and better movie. It's got Katharine Hepburn and Spencer Tracy, and it's called The Desk Set.
Called the what?
The Desk Set.
The Desk Set?
Yeah, it was put out in the late 1950s, and it's about people working for a television broadcast research department, and management bringing in a mainframe computer to replace them, but without telling any of them. So all of a sudden, a guy comes into their workspace and he's measuring the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's, I would say, probably the oldest movie that depicts the situation where people are losing their jobs because of computers.
All right. All right. So I have a sneaky suspicion, based on the questions we've had so far, we're going to spend most of our time talking about science fiction movies and not much time about it. And I'm perfectly happy with doing that. If you guys are happy with doing that, just understand that's not what you showed up here for. Yes, go ahead.
There's been I've seen recently a lot of new vehicles. You can't even access the onboard computers anymore, which is pretty concerning because there's already technology where you can stop the vehicle from moving.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And you can do that remotely.
Mm-hmm.
So, how do you prevent this? Do we just not buy new technology?
I don't have a good answer for that.
I mean, yeah, that's why I asked.
Now, a car that you can't get at the guts is not necessarily a bad thing. There was a European automobile manufacturer that assembled a team of female mechanical engineers and asked them to design a car for women, and they came up with something really clever. You can't open the hood to get to the engine compartment. However, you can check the oil, check the windshield wiper fluid, check the brake fluid without opening up the hood. So those are the kinds of routine maintenance things. And if you can do those things without opening the hood, you don't need a hood. And so the mechanism to get the engine compartment is gone because you don't have to do it on a routine basis. And that actually solves a whole bunch of problems. So just because you can't get into the guts of something doesn't necessarily mean that's a bad thing.
Doesn't the exclusiveness of who can and can't get to the guts of things set up incentives that are not aligned with necessarily with the public interest?
That is a good question, and I don't know how to address it. All I can tell you is that for people who just want to use their car to go drive from one place to another and not have to go worry about maintaining it or in the guts of it, for those people, that kind of a car might be a good thing. There are people out there that want to use Apple computers and they want to use Google Chromebooks because they don't want to have to worry about the guts of the thing. They just want to do something. And for those people, there should be a product. You and I probably wouldn't buy something like that, but there are people out there that would. And I think we have to acknowledge that people like that exist, and I feel sorry for them, but of course, that's legitimate.
I think just to clarify the question, I don't think the issue is whether people should feel obliged to or feel the need to be involved in any of the guts of the stuff, but it's a question of if anybody who they choose to trust accessing it versus I think the simplest way I found to put it, and I'm happy to hear your thoughts on this, is Cory Doctorow gave us this term, and we now can say that enshittification is a process that we see in the world, and because of that, we can't say, oh yes, you're happy with Apple computers, so the product is great and forever, and they're fine, because you can say, oh, they suck you in, but because there's a power imbalance there, this is the process, this is the path of enshittification.
Liquid gloss.
Yeah. I can certainly see your point of view about that, but I just we have to acknowledge that there are people out there that they don't care about this. They just want to use their computer to go do something, and the computer does it, and they're happy with it.
For now.
For now,
Yeah.
yes.
They're happy until they're not.
They're happy until they're not. Yes.
We have an example of John Deere machinery where if something goes wrong, you can't fix it, you have to use them.
Yes.
And we've had some of the professional critics coming up with laws that they want to change that, so anyone qualified can work on it, not just the company.
Yeah, that's the right to repair laws. Yeah, I think those are a marvelous idea. So most farmers want to be able to work on their own equipment, and that's because that's just the reality of farm life. I mean, my suggestion is that what we should do is we should all go to places like Iowa and North Dakota and South Dakota and teach people how to use Linux. And I think that would fit right in with their mindset. They just don't know it yet. Yeah. Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
been to Iowa.
I beg your pardon?
I'm from Iowa.
Yes?
I use Linux.
Oh, okay. Are you interested in going back? Oh, okay. So I am writing a science fiction novel, and my heroine has got this nightmare that she's actually in a mental health hospital in Des Moines, Iowa. And her artificial intelligence asks her, is there a mental health hospital in Des Moines, Iowa? And she says, I don't know, I've never been there, but that's my nightmare, that I'm actually in a mental health hospital in Des Moines, Iowa. So the artificial intelligence also asks her why there's a top-level domain called TV. And she says, oh, there's this island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean called Tuvalu. And the AI says, oh, guess what? It's 32 degrees Celsius, relative humidity 80, visibility 20 miles. It sounds like an idyllic place. I'm never going to be able to go there, am I? And she says, no, you're trapped in Earth orbit forever. I'm sorry. Okay, next. Yes, go ahead.
Mine's more practical question. So
Oh, no.
I live in Black Diamond, so, and I see that, there's all these hubs in Seattle. Is there anything in, King County as in general, or Pierce County, or Snohomish?
King County has an Office of Emergency Management,
Yes.
and they would know.
Oh, but you
Okay,
don't.
I do not know. Now, having said that, if you want to be a hub captain for Black Diamond, if Black Diamond does not have an emergency hub, and you've got the time and the energy to go do it, and it's not that big a deal, I can do it. I'm retired. You're probably still a working woman. No, you're retired? Okay, great. Then, go for it. The Seattle hubs will be happy to provide you with technical assistance. Okay, we will answer any questions you've got. We'll do the training. We'll help you get materials. We'll help you write a grant. My hub, I got it set up for about $2,800, but I had kind of a head start. But for $5,000, you can get a nice steel box, which is what you want, because you want this thing to be outdoors, so that if there's an earthquake and the building that it's in collapses, it'll be outside. So and it's got to be chained down because people steal the boxes.
You can't have anything in Seattle outside.
Yes, you can. But it has to be armored. It really does. So my hub is held down with 4 stakes that will withstand 400 pounds each. So, and they're chained in such a way that they can't rotate. Yes?
So it seems like you have a lot of knowledge on preparedness, emergency preparedness.
Yes.
What, in your opinion, are you most prepared for?
What am I most?
What do you think what do you think is the most relevant to today? What's our existential crisis?
You're not going to like this answer.
It's okay.
Global thermonuclear war. I'm going to go out on a limb here with this crowd. Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb. I shouldn't do this. But we have too many idiots who have got access to too many powerful weapons. If you have little boys with squirt guns, going around squirting water at one another, that's no big deal. If you've got little boys firing thermonuclear weapons on top of ICBMs, that is a big deal. And I think that is the world situation right now. And I am terrified of it. And I am not very happy with the response of the city, the county, the state, or the federal government about it, because our planning is basically recycled materials from the 1950s. So the idea is that if you see this big flash, get down on the ground and cover yourself, because the shock wave is going to arrive in a few seconds. And what they don't tell you is that if you can see the flash, you're probably already dead from the radiation from it. It's terrible advice, but I am not. I wanted this to be a happy discussion, guys.
You just seem to have a lot of knowledge on that.
You led with a good
Yes.
Can you demonstrate how to use the emergency hub? Because I'm connected to it, but I don't know what to do now.
Oh, okay. So point your browser at http:// HLEH.HLEH. And it's got a little name server in it, and it should tell you what the IPv4 address is. And then from there, all you have to do is just follow the links. Yes?
What desktop environment and distribution is that running up there?
My laptop is running Ubuntu with the Cinnamon environment. But the hub itself is not. It's running Raspberry. It's running a really shrunken down Linux distribution. It doesn't have a graphical user interface at all. Yes?
The title of the talk says that you look in a crystal ball. Do you have the crystal ball with you?
No, I'm speaking. That's metaphorical.
You're talking about your computer?
I beg your pardon?
Are you saying that your computer is a crystal ball?
No. Well, yes, I am. I am. It's made out of silicon, and so is crystal. Okay. Yes.
Touching back on the, like, I guess for lack of a better term, end of days resilient devices, has there been much effort made to have this stack, like this data stack, in its own format that can then be ported to, say, I need to run it on an Alpine emulator on my iPhone because it's all I have, to be a web server? Has there been much effort, like, for the data source itself?
You can do it. You can run wget -- mirror, and it should copy all the material over like a champ. I haven't actually tried that, but I see no reason why that wouldn't work. It's a stock Nginx web server, and the site that I purloined it off of is running WordPress. I didn't do that. I just swiped the content by downloading it by mirroring. Yeah. What?
The URL to get to that, because I tried and couldn't get it.
So if you punch in 10.122.0.1, does that work?
It's up on.
Oh.
Does that work? All right. Next question?
Can you go into a little bit about your hub, like what you're running on it, like how's it work?
It is a straight Nginx. I stripped out a whole bunch of unnecessary modules just to save space, and it turns out that I saved a couple of megabytes on a 250 gigabyte drive. So didn't really need to do that. But basically, it is a stock Linux machine. It's running on a Raspberry Pi Model 0, and it currently draws, including the Wi-Fi transceiver, about 1.5 watts. So it's designed to be low powered, and the whole thing cost less than $100. So it was low cost, low power, high durability. Yeah, I'm nowhere near the top 500 supercomputers with this one. Next question. Yes.
Can you describe the battery arrangement that you have in it?
The battery?
Yeah.
Standard USB battery. This particular one is 10,400 milliamp hours.
Oh, okay.
And it's got a Type A socket, a mini, and a USB-C connector on it. And my experience is that this battery will fully charge and keep the scene running for about 8 hours.
I was imagining something huge when you said batteries. So I
No.
don't know why.
No. It's Yeah, it's tiny. So the idea was to be low powered. Yes.
What are your thoughts on NixOS and like declarative system distributions? Is it something that you would use for like a high reliability setting like emergency preparedness?
Well, high reliability for emergency preparedness means something different than what most people think about when they talk about high reliability. For most people, they're thinking in terms of the operating system will crash and they want something that will keep going, or the application will crash, they want something that will keep going, or the rack will go down, or the data center will go down. And so those are the kinds of things that they're thinking about when they're talking about high reliability. So in this particular case, I'm thinking about something that is very, very different. It has minimalist infrastructure and extremely minimal cost. So one of the things that I am very, very concerned about is what is called the digital divide. So I'm really looking for something that is low cost, very simple, very turnkey. I want to be able to give this thing to people who are not wealthy, not well trained, and they just want something that just works. So I'm doing something different than what you're thinking about. Okay, now if you're interested in high reliability solutions, okay, I used to work for F5 Networks, and F5 Networks made a gizmo called a local traffic manager, and that was an absolutely staggeringly powerful parallel processing system. So you could have a bunch of physical servers, and the LTM would not only do reliability, it would test to see if the server was working, but it would also, if you had a bunch of servers, it would divvy out the work to the different servers so that you could have a website that would be handling 1 million transactions per second if you wanted to, using off-the-shelf servers, PCs, none of which could go anywhere near that fast. But because you're spreading the work out in parallel, it gives you the ability to have this really fast website. And when you have applications that are split up like that, you start running into problems about how do you manage state. The local traffic manager has got several different solutions for how to handle state. Either it can share the state in the LTM, or the LTM can make a connection and sticky so that all the transactions, once it goes to a physical server, it stays going to that physical server. Very powerful, very, very expensive machine. And to my astonishment, F5 has not gone out of business because Amazon all the cloud providers now have got something similar. It's baked into their infrastructure. But F5 is still selling these things, and they're selling like hotcakes, and F5 is making a lot of money. Yes?
Where, if we were magically 5 years from now, describe artificial intelligence at work.
God, who knows? So,
Your crystal ball.
well, all crystal ball is giving me is an IPv4 address. There are a couple of possibilities. We may run into a limit as to what artificial intelligence can do. I don't know what that limit might be. I don't think anyone knows what that limit might be, but we might bump into a limit about how powerful you can make an artificial intelligence. We may decide that we're just not going to use artificial intelligence. Just like we made the decision, we're not going to use DDT and we're not going to use Freon. We just came to the conclusion that these are technologies that are too dangerous to be used. We may decide that artificial intelligence can do a better job of running the planet than we can, and we will turn over management chores to the artificial intelligence, and it will be programmed to think about the greater good of humanity. We may enter a utopian age where people don't have to work. That we can sit around and be philosophers and poets and science fiction writers and gardeners, long distance runners, whatever it is we want, and all of our needs will be taken care of by machines. And we'll have machines to go repair the machines, and if someone wants to go build a better machine, they'll have the free time to go do it. But if someone just wants to sit around and work on their suntan, they can. Or there could be a dystopian future where the machines are taken over by a bunch of a cabal of evil people, and they will be a instrument for enslaving humanity. But that's really the realm of highly speculative science fiction. Not really. I'm a science fiction fan, but so I can see utopian futures and I can see dystopian futures. Yes, Rowan. Rowan, you have to speak a little louder, please. I'm sorry.
According to that clock, the time is up.
That's not a question.
We still got another 2 minutes.
Can you phrase that as a question?
What time do we end?
Okay, so Rowan, as a matter of fact, according to this clock, which is synced using NTP, we still have 1 minute and 25 seconds.
Naturally now.
Yeah.
For an alternative view of possible futures and science, we saw last night that Project Hail Mary.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody should see that.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. It really has accorded with every talk that I've heard so far today. As far as people getting together and helping one another and hopeful outcomes. I mean, there is more than the insane clown posse that seems to be running the world right now. But,
Right. Okay.
we don't have to allow that.
Well, so look, this meeting is being transcribed by artificial intelligence, and I would like to end this meeting by enumerating all the science fiction movies that we talked about in the past half an hour. So they were Forbidden Planet, 2001: A Space Odyssey, Colossus: The Forbidden Project, Hail Mary. What are some other movies that we mentioned? I beg your pardon? Desk Set. With some other science fiction movies that people think is appropriate that we should put in our summary of this meeting. 2001: A Space Odyssey. What?
Dr. Strangelove.
Oh, Dr. Strangelove. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
What are your thoughts on the Geneva Conventions?
A tiny sector.
Well, it'd be nice if we brought them back.
Well, so, I'm not sure the Geneva Convention applies. Donald Trump isn't a POW yet, is he?
We're the POW.
Actually, the head of state from Venezuela that we kidnapped, that's actually a pretty flagrant violation of the Geneva Convention. The United States is basically guilty of kidnapping. If they are wanted for trial here in the United States, they should have been extradited through Interpol. That's you just can't. You can't do what we did. I know we did it. I'm not happy with that. You can't legally do that. Yes.
To end on a happy note.
Please.
If you could bring one technology back from the technology graveyard, what would it be?
Oh, downstairs in the G building, they've got a Strauger switch. And definitely go see it. This thing is almost, but not quite as old as I am. And it's got he's got 4 Strauger switches arranged together. And so the Strauger switches is how telephones worked back in the days when there were rotary telephones. And so you've got one part that goes around like this, 10 positions, and then it goes up and down like this, 10 positions. So each Strauger switch can connect 100 lines together. And he's got 4 Strauger switches connected together. And one of the reasons why they went out of vogue is, well, for one thing, we've got transistors now, which can do the same job faster and more reliably. And also, he's got problems with his equipment. And he's about the same age as my grandson, and I kind of feel. But that is definitely a technology that I would love to bring back. Let's see what else is come and gone.
8 tracks.
Beg your pardon?
8 tracks.
8-track cassettes. Well, okay. So in the late 1940s and early 1950s, the Electromotive Division of General Motors built these really beautiful diesel-electric locomotives, and I would love to see them make a return. Of course, they were dirty as hell, but they were just incredibly reliable and was a major renaissance of the railroad industry in the late 1940s and early 1950s. I would love to see those come back. They were beautiful machines. I'd love to see passenger rail come back. Yeah.
Here, here.
Yeah. You got a question?
A quick one is, how well do hotcakes sell?
Beg your pardon?
How well do hotcakes sell?
Well, I had 3 for breakfast this morning for $10.
3 for $10.
3 for 10. Well, you know, with inflation. Yeah. Rowan, do you have a question?
Give a question.
Just
A question.
remember
Make
the
a question.
time. It's not even 2 minutes since you said that.
Did you remember
that? Aaron, get Rowan an analog watch.
Yes,
I had one.
he loves his analog clock that he's got.
Okay, so Rowan, do you know if you were lost in the woods in the daytime and you had an analog watch, how would you use your analog watch to tell you which way is south? You may assume standard time.
I've never learned that sort of thing.
You can think it through.
Rowan, think it through for a second. Okay? Here is a clock.
Well, if I could go an extremely long way, then I could tell.
Well, okay, so if it is 10 o'clock, our hand's pointing this way, where's the sun going to be?
Oh,
10 o'clock in the morning.
that would be 10 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, the sun would be about there.
Well,
And this is
heading which direction?
Which direction? North, south, east, west?
It would be in the east.
Can you do better than that?
It would be less than it would be toward the east 90 less than 90 degrees.
Less than 45 degrees.
Rowan, you are lost in the forest. You don't have any food or water. Your life depends on your ability to navigate using only the sun and your watch. What do you do? Teachable moment. Okay, Rowan, the sun always bisects the angle between the hour hand and noon, or the hour hand and 1 daylight time. So if the sun is here at 10 o'clock in the morning, the sun is going to be here halfway between 10 and 12. So if you orient your analog watch so that the sun is at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock will be pointing due south. Or 1 o'clock if you're daylight time. All right? So, Aaron, if he gets lost in the forest and can't be found, okay, I'm going to be intensely annoyed.
He didn't have his analog watch.
Rowan, I don't mean to pick on you. I'm sorry.
Well, he was picking on you.
Well, yeah, but I'm bigger than he is. Yes.
I just have a technology that I'd love to see brought back. That
Oh, please.
Nobody knows anything about, but as soon as they do, they like it too. It's a service called Teleharmonium service.
Called what?
Teleharmonium.
Cala-harmonium?
Tele, like
Tel-
it means you get to have a harmonium at a distance.
What it is before amplification was invented, there were services in large cities that were able to provide music to stores and restaurants so that they didn't have to employ musicians anymore.
Teleharmonium?
I like that idea.
IUM.
Yes.
Uh-huh. So it's like elevator music without,
It's elevator music, and it's the explanation as to why elevator music historically didn't include voices. Because the ability to transmit music predated the ability to amplify voices. Essentially what they had was keyboards connected to giant generators that had a wheel on them for each note in a scale. And then because they also didn't have recording yet, operators would sit at these keyboards and play songs. And the way they were able to get it out into the city was by using really high voltages instead of amplification. And so then in your store you would have essentially a speaker, no amplifier, no other electronics, just a speaker and a knob that allows you to select from one of 6 channels. And then you would hear essentially, it sounds like organ music, by a pace-on. And so if you ever heard of like a Hammond organ, a vintage Hammond organ, it was essentially that, except much higher voltages, so the service could extend throughout the city.
Yeah.
And no voice, because they haven't invented a way of doing that yet.
Yeah.
So it predates telephone service.
Huh.
And so there was no recording, so 24 hours a day, they would have operators sitting there playing live, and you'd hear it in your store or restaurant or wherever you bought the service from.
Well, that's very funny. People sometimes ask me if I can give an example of a machine to do a power spectrum estimate. And the example that I come up with is you take a piano, which has 88 keys, and you tie a little magnet to each string, and you put a little electromagnet next to each magnet, and then have some music. The strings on the piano will actually vibrate at their resonant frequencies, and the voltages that are generated by the little coils next to the little magnets is the power spectrum estimate for that instant. That is a Rube Goldberg solution using physics and not mechanical engineering, but it's still a real-world example of how to do a power spectrum estimate.
Guitar players actually use that characteristic of strings. If you ever see in a like a stadium performance, the guitar players will turn their back on the audience and stand close to the speaker. They're allowing the speaker echoing back their strings, and they'll keep the guitar ringing that same note, vibrating that same note, and then they can change the pitch with their hand without having to strum.
There's a add-on you can add to guitars that actually does the feedback internally between the pickup on the guitar and then feeds it back into the string. That you can get a couple of these called a sustainer.
You're a music teacher. If memory serves me, isn't that right?
Yes.
Humans are so creative.
I think that there's going to be a future without artificial intelligence for people coming up with creative solutions like that. I don't think an LLM would think about that. In the back, you've got a question.
How far overtime are we on this talk?
Don't ask me, ask Rowan.
Officially,
About 15 minutes.
we have less than we have about less than we have about 4 minutes till the hard cutoff. But yeah.
The hard cutoff, as in the talk is over, but people are talking. So this is the Q&A session now. We can ask now. It's time to ask any questions about the talk.
Yeah. So I was hoping that someone would ask me something about operating system internals or what's virtual memory or what does it mean to go service and interrupt, but obviously you guys aren't interested in that sort of thing. Oh, yes?
Why aren't we interested in that sort of thing?
Because it's not important. It's a solved problem.
VIM or Emacs?
Yes. Oh, yeah. No. Yes, Rob.
Are there any initiatives going on right now to continue to take ideas from Multics and bring them into Linux and Unix? Because there's so many great things Multics can do that you still can't do with any other operating system.
I don't know enough about Multics. What's an example of something Multics can do that Linux can't do?
One of the cool things it had was a built-in database.
What's a what?
It had a built-in database.
Yeah.
And what that meant is that every every time you bought a product, regardless of whether it was compatible with the rest of your software,
Mhm.
you knew that at least it was writing to the same database format. And so that gave them the ability to do things like you could set up security rules on a zone of a file that was accessible to a person with a given security class. So you could say, the people with this class can't see these fields or they can't access these records, which I think you can do in most SQL databases today.
MySQL will do that. Does that really belong in the operating system?
Well, the great thing about it is that it was something that was universal, that
Yeah.
you could rely on when you wrote a program.
Mhm.
You knew that it was going to be able to do those sort of things.
Yeah. Huh?
Have you looked into the Erlang system? Because Erlang has that. They have a database called Amnesia. And it's essentially what you're describing.
Yeah. I mean, COBOL has that. But who wants to go write software in COBOL?
Well, more people want to write code in Erlang than COBOL, obviously.
Yeah. But I mean, so this comes down to I would rather debate this question than VI versus Emacs. Is how much functionality belongs in the operating system and how much functionality belongs in applications which are might be optional. So, for example, I would not want a database in my hub server because my hub server doesn't need it. I want a really small operating system. I don't want a database in the operating system. I can think of other cases where you might want to put a database in the operating system. That would save you doing a bunch of context swaps, and a context swap is expensive. So I can see a use case for putting a database in the operating system. I'm just not sure if that's a good solution or not.
But then, if you look at operating systems, virtually all IBM midframe and mainframe operating systems have built-in database capabilities. And every operating system that IBM ever produced in the mainframe era, which is many, many operating systems, all of them added together take up less disk space than one copy of Windows.
That's an interesting indictment of Windows, don't you think?
Operating systems with all those databases, it's not really going to be a problem story.
So, I mean, Digital Equipment. Whoops, I didn't want to do that. Digital Equipment Corporation had record management services inside of VMS, and that would do things like record locking, and you could do protection at the record level. VMS was a failure in the marketplace after the early 1990s. They just couldn't, it just didn't work anymore. So RMS is gone, but not forgotten. But I'm still not sure that's the right thing for an operating system. But it could be done. There's no reason why it can't be done. It's just nobody's done it. If you really feel strongly about it, go put in a feature request to kernel.org, or write a kernel mode database management system.
It also had a lot more hot swap capabilities than we have. Right now, you could hot swap CPUs and instruct the operating system not to use a certain CPU, so you could really take it out of
Yeah.
any harm. You can hot swap disks these days, but not as far as I know CPUs.
Well, so.
Thank you to this room for telephone.
Yeah. Well, thank you for coming, everybody. Hunter, thank you for putting up with me.
You're welcome. I mean, it was very interesting.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Somebody must have.
Thank you. Try this first. I'm gonna go to the next one.
So Jeff, when did you work for Act 5?
What?
When did you work for Act 5?
Let me think for a second. I was there for 4.5 years.
It was pretty cool.
Navigation in a moment. I was there for 5.5 years. That's 4.5 years as a customer service representative, and then a year as a performance manager. But I'm trying to remember when they laid me off. I'm just having a senior moment here. I have to go back and look at my resume.
Right after you worked there
Who was
in the mid-90s.
Who was your nephew?
I think I'm your room captain. John Gray.
That name rings a bell.
You worked in Microsoft for a bit with Dell
Mhm.
and back at Microsoft. So is this your hub running on?
This is the hub. This is a USB hub, and at the moment,
Okay.
it's basically holding up this antenna.
I think this
Plug
is
the antenna
their
in
laptop
the
still. Let me.
if I wanted to, but then
So is that a USB Wi-Fi?
yes.
You mind if we switch up?
Yeah, I should do that.
Is it like a Raspberry Pi?
It is a Raspberry Pi. It's a, I believe it's a Model 0. Okay, now I think I've got all my cables.
It looks that way to me.
Okay.
Nice.
But anyway, this is,
Okay.
it was designed to be cheap, simple, and low power.
Looks like they were not using the
And so,
speaker.
everybody says, why didn't you do this? And my response is always, well, if it's
I'll grab the cartridge for this thing.
I have an old access point that was like a commercial one. Radiated at about a quarter-mile diameter. So that would be a perfect thing to use as a hub part.
That's good. So,
I've seen this before. I've not seen this before. Interesting.
That's on the order of 80 yards long and maybe 30 yards wide.
My name's Andy.
Hi.
Possible Solane or Paso for short.
Paso? I think I read that online. Cool.
Is there a spot I can plug this tower thing in?
Yes.
It's like on the side there. I don't know. Filter thing, but that's I guess that. That works.
Excellent.
Alright, there's the HDMI cable plug in.
And then we plug it in here. If you need an HDMI, we have one
Yeah,
here.
I didn't bring a cable with me.
No worries. And is that a Mac?
It's a MacBook running NixOS right now. Yeah.
Well, we should also have a HDMI to something adapter.
It has HDMI port.
Well, let's see if this shows up on the screen.
I like that. I got very monotone.
Alright, it's saying that there should be duplicated.
Okay. Well, there is. We could bypass the.
I would never get one of those. All I did was some of the Pro 13s. Yeah. And then I just brought mine. Like it.
And the next thing to try is to just relaunch OBS. That doesn't work.
Yeah, that might be what we
Like a WC, they use what it is.
So I have your screen on this end now.
Yeah.
But now it is using the wrong monitor. Which might be the quickest to just unplug it.
Looks like now it's showing on there something. The same screen as this.
But that before he fixes,
Okay, let me message someone.
For me, the question really comes down to not your example right now. Not much. Do you think this? You're taking your test after 4 days, sleep for 24 hours, and repeat. I was doing that for a while. Actually, kind of. Hey, I went to graduate school.
No problem.
I don't want to do this now.
Thank you. Yep. So that monitor is the same as the track here. Remember that next time? Yep. Okay, so 30-minute talk. We have 15 minutes afterwards for questions. And we should be wrapping up around 5 minutes before then, and I will give you a hands up.
I'm using a good bit of the talk time for questions also.
Oh, sweet. Yeah. I'll give you a hands up when the 5-minute marker approaches, and I'll introduce you before the talk, which we have about 5 minutes for. Cool. Thank you. We still have 5 minutes before the talk, so feel free to keep on talking if you'd like.
There's so much of that, like just even the idea of using proton now because you don't want to do it's transcribing.
Yeah, it's very sensitive. Hello, we're gonna get started. This is Casso Asterhope, and they'll be talking about 9 months of cultivating an online community environment. Thank you.
Hello. You know what? I'm gonna take my mask off because it's probably gonna be hard for y'all to hear me with this on. Hello. This talk was pitched kind of idealistically in that I hoped that I'd have a lot to talk about by the time it came around to writing it. Less has happened than I anticipated, which is fine, but it means that there'll be a good bit of time for questions and answers. So, yeah, I'm gonna get it started. So, first, what is the OctoFriends Garden? It's a little internet community thing that I've created and administer. The infrastructure, it's a physical machine in my apartment, just desktop PC hardware. And then there's about 30 members, pretty much all of them joined by direct invitation through, like, oftentimes just meeting up in physical reality, like this, like, hello, are you interested in this? So, yeah. So what the garden offers for its members, we've got like email, calendars, contact books through the MailCow container services. We've got file hosting using Copy Party. There's a PeerTube instance for video hosting. Matrix, we have a Synapse deployment and 3 web client deployments of Fluffy Chat, Element, and Cine. Give people choice, why not? A Mastodon deployment for microblogging. There's a wiki software on there, Bookstack. We have Forjo for Git hosting, RSS like reader that's useful, an events calendar, and then there's single sign-on to tie everything together. So it's one account for members, and they have access to all the things, which is nice. And why I started it, I was already home labbing for like over a year when I started it, but it was just things for myself, and I was like, some of this might be useful for friends. So I was like, why not? As to the naming of it, the OctoFriends Garden, came kind of from, I have to credit my roommate for coming up with the idea. It was kind of a cross between the name of this plushie that I've given them, OctoFriend, with the song title Octopus's Garden by the Beatles, the OctoFriends Garden. So, yeah, started about 9 months ago. It's been slow and erratic growth because I've been basically doing direct inviting. Like, members are free to invite other people, but that hasn't really happened yet. And software that I deployed first is the authentication system, of course, because that's the key piece. And then the microblogging, like the Mastodon and the Matrix first. And those are all things I knew how to deploy, had done it before for myself, single user instances, and was like, all right, I can bring these to, and one thing that I did early on that I think matters a good bit was that I established the rules and values of the garden, like early on, basically before I even started inviting people. The rules are going to be are pretty straightforward, I think. The values I have on this slide. I decided to include the full text of them that I wrote originally. So I'm going to read them out. People shouldn't have to defend their right to exist. Risk-aware consent should be considered in all interaction. Accommodating people's needs is worthwhile as an ends to itself. The things we say, not just what we do, has consequences. We deserve a better world, and we should make efforts to bring about the world we dream of. Identity outside of the norm shouldn't be something one has to hide, and should be something one can choose to celebrate instead. Omnidirectional kindness should be the default. So these are the values of the garden. And that is something that members are expected to kind of just generally be chill with, it's kind of part of the agreements of joining the garden is that you say that, yeah, these are cool with me, kind of thing. So, and how it grew, I just put up more services when I felt like it, and kept inviting people to it slowly, and through like just meeting people and such. And some of it was through like interactions in physical reality spaces, like the DevHack Hackerspace in Seattle, and some people I invited through the Fediverse, like Mastodon and such, and that was cool too. As to some things that I realized I wish I had done differently was it's not as reliable as I hoped for, and a lot of the unreliability has been resolved now. But I think some of the members have perhaps gotten frustrated by its early on unreliability and just haven't really been using it as a result. So that's a little bit of a pain point. Yeah. Also, documentation is the thing I wish I had more of, because like I can invite people to it, but if they don't necessarily know the software, they'll be a little overwhelmed between all the different software that it includes and just what even those softwares individually do. And then I wish that I had a way to kind of showcase what the community was like in a more interactive way, like a kind of curated example of things people discuss in the community and stuff. And I don't really have that figured out yet, but it's not too late for me to figure these things out. I am at the end of my slides. This was hastily prepared. But y'all are very welcome to ask any questions you feel are on topic. We already have a hand up. What is your...
This is more of a comment than a question, but I really liked your talk.
All right, we'll do 1, the closer to me, 2 further back, 3, and then 4. If we can try and remember that order, we'll see.
I can remember. You talked about having an RSS reader earlier. What RSS reader?
Oh yeah, I have fresh RSS deployed for that. Yeah.
Also, could you repeat the question to the microphone?
Oh yes, the question was what RSS reader is deployed on the Garden, and so it was fresh RSS is what I use for it. And
what would you say is currently what you would expect to be your capacity of users right now?
All right. So I was asked about capacity, like estimated capacity of users. I don't have a hard number on that I can easily estimate. It's for the most part, we've had a little bit of hardware limitations, specifically that the storage the storage used is a little slow, and there's room for me to improve on that without getting new hardware. There's some ZFS optimizations that I should be doing to it that I haven't yet applied, because of the, I'd have to plan around that for the downtime involved. But that is on the roadmap of something I'm going to handle. All right, let's see. I'm trying to remember. We had over back here, I think.
I have this question, what are some of the, I guess not either or times that you've been thinking a lot about it, or have you had cases where you have off-board someone
So far, we haven't had any sort of real interpersonal incidents involving members of the Garden. So no, there hasn't been any needing to remove access for anyone or anything like that. We do have rules. No one's violated them thus far. So.
We'll be the first.
All right. Back there.
I'm curious how you have handled moderation. You mentioned that people on the server haven't broken the rules, but I'm curious how you handle moderation for people off server. I know there's defederation is an option.
Yeah. So for the Mastodon and Matrix, we do yeah, we do like defederation as needed, and so that's something that's just largely handled on like case by case kind of basis of starting with we started with like a known reliable source for a starting defederation list, and then as things came up, blocked from there and stuff. We'd usually evaluate to see, all right, are the admins actually doing anything about the problem before we decide whether to defederate or not, or just suspend the account remotely. I don't know. Why not?
So one of my friends was trying to block certain servers from being federated with their server, but they couldn't figure that out for Matrix. How do you do that?
Oh, question about Matrix Federation?
Yeah.
So.
Defederate from other Matrix servers.
Oh, defederate. Yeah, there's not really a direct defederation process. It's more about like moderation tooling that you have to set up that can then ban users from a server as soon as they join a room and things like that. It's not as preventative, essentially, of tooling as I would like.
So every single time someone joins a room on your server, you check their
automated bot would check.
If they belong within a blocked server list, and they get banned.
Yes,
okay.
That would be.
Bit kludgy, but I can see how that works.
Yeah.
Decently enough. Okay.
Over here.
Can you explain the onboarding process? Do they get a link, and what happens to you?
Okay, so onboarding, first it's typically like there's a web form that people who want to join are supposed to fill out. That form asks for the things needed to create the account, as well as a few screener questions to make sure it's a person filling it out, and that that they understand kind of the values, rules, and are willing to go along with that. And then if they fill that out and their application's approved, what happens is then I create the account for them with unset password, no password set, and then I send them an email containing instructions of like basically go to the authentication system on this link. They'll use the reset password flow that sends you an email to set your initial password. It's a pretty manual process, which I'm fine with right now, but I do wish I have more documentation to help with that.
And then they just enter into like a server with all the rooms in it and services?
So like once they've signed in, there's a page that has all the different services listed individually that they can then click into. Something interesting about how it's set up is until a member signs into a particular service for the first time on the Garden, that service doesn't know of their account until that happens, until they sign into it for the first time from the authentication system.
You've mentioned that Octofriend's Garden has mostly spread in physical spaces, IRL, and that it overlaps a lot with physical spaces because of that. But have you ever considered, or have you ever done like an in-person meetup for users of the Garden, or like any other in-person component of it? And like, would that like are most of its users in the Seattle area? Like, have you considered what that would look like?
I would say a meaningful portion of the user base is in the Seattle, Puget Sound area. I have not planned any sort of physical reality gathering of members at any point yet. Perhaps I will for the first anniversary, or perhaps I won't.
What kind of feedback have you received from your community?
I haven't really received much feedback in general from members. That like I can, they use it or they don't. I don't necessarily hear too much about their experience using it, really. I don't really have formalized methods for them to send feedback, but I do try and make it known to members that they can chat with me. They can just, message me about things. It's fine. Yeah.
What are some non-technical things that you've learned about growing community?
Some non-technical things I've learned about growing community. I think it's important to have a idea in mind of how you want to grow the community, like the methods, but also how do you want it to take shape? How do you want the people inside to be interacting in things? Like I established the values before I started inviting members as a way of shaping kind of how it will grow in a way, and how the culture of it before it really even meaningfully started. That's what I have to say on that. I think that comes to mind. Yeah.
You mentioned like at the start you had some issues with reliability and that some people didn't stick around because of that. I'm curious, like what have you done to make the services more reliable?
Well, I investigated why it was being unreliable, pretty much. There were some specific issues. I ended up having to switch backup software for the garden because the initial backup software I was using got the repositories into a corrupted state, which is terrible. And also that was causing crashes when it would try to do the backups, which was painful. So I ended up switching to a different backup software entirely, and that's been working much better. The software I use now is Borgmatic, which is a wrapper around the Borg backup software that also has nice features like being able to back up a database easily and things.
Do you have like any off-site backups?
We do have off-site backups. Yes, we have a backup in the same place, like on an external drive, and then we have a cloud backup. Yeah.
Cool.
Not quite 3, 2, 1, but yeah.
So it sounds like at this time you're kind of the sole person running the show. Supposing this kind of takes off, how are you looking at maybe bringing in, because you probably want to bring in like a team, how are you, have you given any thought to that?
All right, so I was asked about how, like, right now it's just me doing the administration and such, and like if I had thought about like, bringing on a team, how I would do that. That's something that I've been thinking about a bit here and there. Haven't really had too much time to sit down and plan it out. There is some technical work that needs to be done for isolating some of the garden services from my personal services that are not part of the garden. It was not structured in a way that keeps them too separate on the physical machine. So there is some considerations I have to think about with that. And then there's the interpersonal stuff of like figuring out who do I trust enough that also has the appropriate skills to onboard for this. And so I would be looking, presumably, probably within existing garden membership, or or down the line, existing at that point, even not as people who may have not even signed up to the garden yet, but eventually will. I don't know, but yeah, that's.
One thing I've noticed about communities that stick together is they have a shared purpose. In approaching people to join your community, how do you pitch them, or is there a purpose behind it other than just the values?
So this, I was asked about, like, is there a purpose included as, like, when I pitch the garden to people? I haven't really been approaching it that way all that much. I don't necessarily like how I've been pitching it all that well, but I've yet to think of a stronger approach to it. It's been that I kind of I have these cool services and there's a bit of community around it, and it's not all that's I'd say it's not as compelling as I would like it to be, and part of that is, yeah, I don't have a thing beyond the values thought out that that is meant to be super interesting to the right people.
Is it safe, secure, and not going to track you?
We do our best on all those things. It's the question is it safe, secure, and not going to track you? And yeah, my answer is we do our best. In terms of the not going to track you, that part I can most reliably say it won't track you. Anything that it collects is things that would be given to it by a member's using of the services, and like things that would be effectively unavoidable for the features that the user might be using. And there's nothing that goes to any third parties. The backups are encrypted, and so, there's no third parties receiving anything in any way that they can decrypt. The safe and secure, it's pretty good on that, I think. There's no public SSH access to the machine. There's, and various other security precautions taken. All of the services are only accessible through the reverse proxy. One can't just, find a port hunt to access something more directly. There's various considerations. But.
Do you think there's an ideal size for a community group like this?
All right, ideal size for a community like this.
Not too much, not too.
I'm not sure what the kind of Goldilocks size would be for this. I mean, that would depend on whether I'm, if I just continue running it myself or if I bring other people on board. Because it's, right now, I think it's not necessarily constrained too much by the hardware. It's more kind of what I have bandwidth to keep up with in terms of, keeping an eye on things. But if I, say, brought more people on board in helpful roles in what I call the gardening roles, just at theming, then it can grow to a point where perhaps the hardware then becomes a limiting factor. And I don't necessarily know what a good size for the community would be that I'd want to shoot for. Yeah. All right. Any more questions?
I'll just share. I launched a community at the beginning of the year. 50 people joined up, and then about 8 of them are active. So that just gave me an understanding of you need a lot of people in there to just have a little bit of action happen.
Yeah, there is a significant ratio for a lot of things of how many people actually sign up versus how many people are active. I don't keep tabs on the activity numbers too well. I don't do that because I don't know. I just feel like that might stress me out actually looking at that too much. Yeah. Any further questions? Oh.
I know you're using open source prepackaged software as far as you've been told. Would there be any interest to try and integrate the services with each other more seamlessly?
So talking about integrating the services more seamlessly, that's what you're to.
So on your TV, you have a link to send to the Mastodon instance or whatever.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know how I'd imagine doing that, but that is something I would want to do, make it even more seamless between the services. Yeah, that would be a cool thing. Was there? Yeah.
So you sort of talked about the possibility of growing it beyond you, or what that might look like. But I guess my question is, would that be does this feel like a personal project that would you want to grow it beyond you?
like I would want to grow it beyond me. It does feel like a personal project, but it's one that I do want it to succeed, even if I need to step away. I still want it to succeed, kind of thing. So it's both personal and that I care about it in a way that I want it to last longer than the risk of my interest waning. I don't know how to best word it, but yeah. I do appreciate that question and all the questions y'all have thrown at me. Any more? Yeah?
I'm trying to figure out how to word this, but like, what is like the vibe inside of the garden? Because there's like, with Fediverse things, like you can kind of interact with them as though like I am joining this server so that I can communicate with the people in that server, but like not be completely siloed.
Yeah.
Or you can be like, this server is just a means to an end to basically use Twitter without being on Twitter.
So,
like, is it, are people using the services to build community, or are they just kind of using it as a platform for Fediverse stuff?
So being asked about like the Mastodon in particular, are people using it more to build community internally or just as broader Fediverse usage? I would say it's more the latter. We do like it federates, and so people do use it for that more so than like the particular Mastodon fork we're using, Glitch Social, does have functionality for local only posts, but that tends to be not used all that much in proportion because, yeah, I would say that our federated timeline does not scroll super fast like a lot of larger instances would, so it's still kind of community vibes even from that somewhat, yeah.
Maybe related to what you said, maybe not. How do you like communicate with your users? Like if you want to make an announcement or inform them of a change or tell them about cool new services.
All right, so I was asked how I communicate with the members and like how do I communicate announcements and things like that. It's kind of a little disorganized right now, as a lot of things with the garden are. I usually do by email and for members that have signed into like the Mastodon or the Matrix through like local posts on the Mastodon and non-federating chats on the Matrix and things like that. I do have plans to set up like a newsletter software for both the internal focused newsletter and then also one for like people who are interested in the garden but don't necessarily want to be members. Yeah. Any more questions? I know I put y'all on the spot by having y'all generate questions for such a long amount of time, but yeah.
If anyone here wants to sign up.
Yeah, if people are interested in signing up, the domain is literally octofriends.garden. And I have cards with, like my business cards have QR codes that link to it as well as the URL written on it. Or if you just want to get in touch with me and not necessarily join it, that's also an option too. I can give you a card if you want that for, yeah. Yeah, that's... Yeah.
Awesome.
All right, I guess.
No, yeah, you're good.
All right. I'm gonna
Oh, this is where I wanted to go anyway.
Oh, where's my jacket in here?
Is that your jacket?
Yep, bet. That's mine.
Fortuitous that you were back.
Unfortunately. No, I'm just kidding.
Hello.
Hello.
Dude, these are so awesome. I know. So awesome.
By the way, that laptop.
Those captions AI generated?
This was lost and found?
It is last. I think we're offline on the note.
Oh, we are. Okay.
Oh.
Let's see what we can do.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's AI generated by AI or if it's like some kind of voice recognition.
I think the latter.
I'm gonna try this in a different way. We've got.
Just, you want to head back
Clear
to the,
mics.
back
We're
to
talking with
Seattle
him
or
so
no?
that they don't. We can feed it through the overhead. They're not.
Is this yours?
It is not. No,
it's
that's
not.
lost.
That is mine. Thank you.
Excellent.
Yeah. Good. Okay, let me run over to the other one.
Sounds good.
Okay.
What's up?
Cameron, can you hear us?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes, we can hear you.
I got 20 minutes. I just wanted to come early to test my stuff.
Oh yeah, for sure. See if we can give you some of the. I turn off the camera.
Phoning it in.
The camera there. Dude, can you see us too?
They always end up going wrong.
I cannot see you guys, but as a workaround, my boss is actually at Linux Fest right now, and he's at a table. So if he's able to leave, he's going to come to the talk, and he'll FaceTime me so I can see the audience.
Oh, cool. Oh, that'd be great. Yeah. Okay, and then we have microphones that we can hand out for Q&A afterwards. They're just little things.
Awesome.
There, so that would be.
Yeah. I'm also going to be in Discord after my talk too, so that people can talk to me about what I talked about.
Okay. Cool.
I put a QR code on my last slide for that.
Right on. Okay, and then the other thing we can do is. Oh,
Should
actually,
make my
no,
bed
that's-
for the background.
Yeah. So we want to turn.
Oh, I just realized the audio's fine. I just realized I had it going out of my speakers and it might have been picking up on my mic, but I switched it to my headphones. Yeah, good enough. It's a little staticky, but I'm just turning it down. Why is my computer tweaking? Uh, no feedback. It's just a little staticky. Huh, that's bizarre. My headphones are on my system. It keeps just lowering my input. That's weird. Oh, sick. Oh, yep. Can I give me 3 minutes? I'm gonna refill this up so that because I'm a little sick, so just in case I need water. Awesome. I'm back. That was annoying. I live in a dorm and I get filtered water from the first floor, and then the elevator was just going on every floor both ways. I, I'm also on the third floor, but we have 12 floors, and uh, huh? Yeah, it's nice because usually I'm able to just like run up the stairs when I get back. Google slot. Oh, here it is. Presenter view. Sick. Because I have two monitors. That works perfect. Cool. So do I have a 30 minutes total, or is it 20 plus 10? Oh, perfect. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, my practice run took 28 minutes, so but I was worried it would be 20 minutes with 10 of Q&A, and I'd have to rush through it because that's what it was like at Spiegel. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Awesome. Uh, I can also record myself too and send the footage if you guys need. Okay. How's been the setup for all of the stuff going? Is it going smoothly? Because when I was doing AV for Siegel, I was running around. Awesome. Not to like crap on Siegel, great conference. I just mean that I just remember doing that. Like, yeah. I also last time on my talk I accidentally played copyrighted music and I realized that it would screw up their live stream like as I was about to play it. But since I had experience doing AV from the years before, I just hit up the guy and was like, "Hey, is it okay if I mute the audio for this so that it doesn't ruin your stream?" And it was the same guy that was I was like basically my boss when I was helping the years before. So he was like, yeah, because he knew what he knew that I knew what I was doing, except then I completely forgot to turn on the audio after and ruined my own talk on the live stream. I really wish I had blackout curtains. That works. I'll see if I can fix my lighting real quick. Rip, I was trying to fix my lighting. Yep, I can see you guys. It's funny because you guys are on my second monitor, but I'm gonna have to talk into a camera. So, so I'm Cameron Knopf. So I'm a YouTuber in the Linux space. I actually just hit 10K the other night. So thanks to the community for that. I'm a 20-year-old entrepreneurship major at Wazoo, and I'm the founder and lead developer of Still HQ. I also previously created the Linux distro Rizzy OS, which was a Fedora-based distro with a bunch of stuff added. And I have a bunch of media experience because I work for Tux Digital, who does, or Michael Tennell, who does the This Week in Linux show, and I help produce that show. And I also work for Tech Hut, who, fun fact, is at the Netbird booth. So it'd be funny if everyone went over and talked to him afterwards, saying I sent him. But and then I also, back when I was 16, used to do the video versions of the Pine 64 community updates. So with that said, I think it's time for a change because people are fed up with both Windows and Mac OS. But at the same time, just there isn't a better experience out there than those operating systems. And I believe that now is the time it would take off if there was a better experience. That said, I know this is a Linux conference, but unfortunately, Linux distros are not yet a better experience for the majority of people compared to Windows and Mac OS. And Linux has the tech to be a better experience. Everything is in place, but it's not due to usability issues and as well as branding and targeting issues where a lot of Linux developers are trying to build for themselves, which isn't a bad thing, but at the same time, they don't have any business or marketing experience. And so they don't know how to target type of user who isn't the person that they are. And so my question is, how can we build a new operating system on the Linux stack that can compete against Windows and Mac OS? So I'm a business student at Wazoo. Most of my friends don't know or care what an operating system is. And so the thing cut out on the laptop screen. But sorry, that aside, most of my friends don't know or care what an operating system is. What most people want is they want to just get their work done and get off their computer, and then, or maybe stay on their computer and just hop on a video game or watch a show or something. And they're using their PCs as tools and entertainment devices. Now, people are very, very frustrated right now by Windows for a variety of reasons. You open your start menu and you see ads for random apps, Disney Plus, Spotify, Candy Crush in your start menu. And then people are having to throw away their perfectly working fine hardware due to the TPM requirement they added to Windows 11. And so with that, Windows used to be 95% market share back in the day. Now it's back all the way down to 60, mostly with macOS taking over. macOS is now 25% market share, but 8% of this is unknown. That could also be Windows 2, but we have Chrome OS and Linux collectively together giving 8% market share too. So there's just tons and tons of random usability problems. I'm not going to read out this entire list. This is just everything I can think of, but I'm not trying to just read slides. So instead, I have a little video I made of the Windows 11 installation experience. Hopefully there's audio. Yeah. It's just playing funny music right now over the Windows installation with here's all the Microsoft ads right here. 7, it's playing Windows, and then you open up Windows and you go straight to another ad. So the point I was trying to make with that little, I'm trying to stop it. Okay, remove my slide master. Good one, Google Docs. But the point I was trying to make there is just people are fed up with the Windows 11 experience completely. It just completely nags you, and frankly, it's just annoying. And people are, especially when you're trying to work. Now, Mac OS is a lot better, but it still has usability problems too. For one, you have to pay for Apple hardware, which I'm not trying to spend that amount of money. And then when Apple stops updating your Mac, you're out of luck. And this is going to be even more of a problem with the new ARM Macs, because yes, there is Ashahid Linux, but that isn't fully hardware complete yet. It's not 100% finished, and you're very limited on the Linux distros that are going to support it. I also just think multitasking in macOS is very annoying, and it does weird quirks like if you close a window, it doesn't actually close the app. You have to hit like Control key or force quit it. And then you also have a different keyboard layout on macOS, which is very annoying to me, because when macOS is my second primary OS when I can't do something on Linux. And when I go between a Linux system and Mac, I have to get used to the macOS keyboard shortcuts. Even with all that, though, I think it's safe to say it's 100% of a better experience than Windows. Now, Linux has different usability problems that have made it so that people aren't willing to give it a shot compared to Windows and Mac OS. So my question is, how can we design a distribution that fixes these for your average consumer? So let's start with KDE Plasma. Great desktop environment for Linux users, but the two problems that KDE has, one, the customization overload is just too much for most people. There's just too much choice. They don't know what to do when they open up the system settings in KDE. And the other problem KDE has is the app ecosystem around KDE just isn't as mature as the GNOME app ecosystem. They do have their own human interface guidelines, but they aren't really that enforced. And there's also all these different libraries. There's Qagami, there's just stock Qt. I'm pretty sure there's another one other than Qagami too that I just can't remember the name of. And so KDE apps just look very consistent across the whole inconsistent across the whole ecosystem. Whereas GNOME has the complete opposite problem. So GNOME, all of the apps look very coherent, and it fits in all into this one ecosystem. If you know how to use one GNOME app, you know how to use all of the GNOME apps. But on the desktop side, and unfortunately the camera for the room's a little broken, so someone might have to shout out. But has anyone in the room never used a GNOME desktop before? So does one of the two hands want to guess how you're supposed to open a app launcher just from the screenshot if you've never used GNOME before? um, so what you do on a normal GNOME desktop, mine's a little bit different, but you'd go to the top left button right here, and then on the dash, you'd have to click the Show App buttons. So to me, I think that's very unintuitive to someone who's never used the GNOME desktop before. You have to figure it out. Now, Ubuntu does fix this. Ubuntu has a lot more intuitive of a implementation of a GNOME desktop, and so they make it more like what Unity was back in the day. So you have an app button right here, and you have a dock that's like always showing. Other distros too do a pretty good job of this. This is my own Linux distro. It has out of the box a little bit more of a Windows layout, but we have a little layout switcher with 13 other layouts you can pick too to help suit your needs. And this is a copied idea from Zorin OS, so I'm not going to take the credit for this. Zorin OS does GNOME in this way very good too, but the problem is, if you're picking the stock desktops, I don't think either of the stock desktops are ready for mainstream usage. Now, first impressions really matter. When people install Linux, they're asking the questions, do their Wi-Fi drivers work? Does their printer work? Can they install apps that they recognize? Can they play a video without codec issues? Does screen sharing work? Is an update going to break their computer? And a lot of the big distributions like the Ubuntu's, Fedora, Debian is pretty bad at this at the moment. And a lot of community distributions like Linux Mint or Bazite do a much better job at this. But if we're going to like the behemoths, this is really fresh in my mind because yesterday I made a whole YouTube video about this, but the Ubuntu App Center, for example, is barely functional. You'll open random pages and it'll just break. There's really all of the featured apps and everything is a snap package, which is actually okay for mainstream usage. I don't want to get into this whole package manager debate because a mainstream consumer doesn't care what package manager they're using. If it installs and it opens, it's good enough. But then on the Ubuntu App Center, when you go and search for an app, it ends up showing like separate apps and separate snaps and separate deb packages, and it's not in a very coherent interface, and it's just very confusing on which package you're supposed to use. And I think this is a horrible first impression for people going to Ubuntu, which is like the distro to use, or it was for a long time the distro to use if you're a beginner. And I don't really think I can call Ubuntu a beginner distro anymore because of things like this. And speaking of package management, package managers add a huge failure point to Linux desktops. So they're really, really good if you're a power user. I don't think we should get rid of Linux distros that use traditional package managers. But over time, when you're installing and removing applications, you're going to have leftover dependencies. If you install the wrong app on like a KDE desktop, there's literally, and I'll see if I can find it real quick. There's literally a whole subreddit called Getting Gnomed where people install random apps and then they have the entire GNOME desktop on their computer. Usually this happens with Proton VPN, but this person got XFCE'd right here. But yeah, this person's posting about losing their taskbar when in reality they just got gnomed. And this is a huge failure point that commonly happens with package managers, unfortunately. And then on top of that, if you're on a distribution like a rolling release distro like Arch Linux, OpenSUSE, Tumbleweed, there's going to be times where you have to manually intervene on an update to fix something. And if you're doing a big distribution update, especially like going between LTS versions of Ubuntu, like a 2404 to the brand new 2604, good luck with that doing it first try. There's always going to be random issues you have to fix. It disables your PPAs. If you have a package that isn't in the newer version, you have to delete that. Like, just good luck. And so, and usually it makes it so that if you're trying to do a big upgrade like that, you just might as well do a reinstall. Luckily to this, though, we already have the solutions to this problem. So bootc, that's a technology that lets you make a bootable Docker container. And so people are building Linux distros like this that are super specialized and tailored to people's needs. And as a maintainer, they're able to basically act like IT for all of their users essentially, and be able to manage it through containers. And then you use Flatpak for app management, which is fully separate from the rest of your system. And it's able to get around all of these dependency bloat problems and disruptions that a traditional package manager uses. So with that, we have the rise of mutable distributions here. And I think that immutable distributions are going to play a huge part in getting more people involved with Linux and not having to worry with the package manager. So these are distributions where the entire OS is distributed as a complete package in some way. With bootc, it's containers. With NixOS, you have a Nix config file where everything's in one config file that you can share around, and it generates your system based on that. And this is an area of Linux that is growing and exciting. You have Fedora Silverblue, you have the Universal Blue project, which maintains several distros using the bootc technology. StillOS is my distro. Endless OS is one aimed at the education sector. We have GNOME OS, and there's actually KDE Linux coming up too. And these are supposed to be atomic reference implementations of the desktop that other distros can refer to. I already mentioned NixOS. And then let's go over to SteamOS, because this is a billion-dollar case study of how this technology can be used to actually bring Linux to a consumer-oriented audience. So the Steam Deck is actually built on top of Arch Linux, which you think would be a horrible base to build a consumer product on top of. But thanks to this immutable technology, Valve is able to make a very stable, consumer-focused Linux-based OS to power their devices like the Steam Deck and the upcoming Steam machine. Now, next up, let's talk about the brand image of Linux. Now, I love the Linux community. Like, that's why I'm doing talks here and trying to improve Linux. But outside of the Linux community, this is what they think of us. They think of people. They think of people racing their desktop environments. They think of really old Unix desktops on old computers. They think of Linus Tech Tips breaking his system with "Yes, do as I say," and yes, they think of the Arch community, which is often compared to vegans. Now, the problem that Linux has. now, now, basically, the problem with Linux has is the Linux brand encompasses basically every single Linux distro there is. So there's going to be very user-friendly experiences on Linux, like a Linux Mint or a Bazzai even, things like that. But then at the same time, the Linux brand also is going to encompass your Arch Linuxes and your NixOSs and your Gentoos, all the distros that a new user should not be using. So whether you like it or not, there are people in the Linux community who recommend Arch to everyone, including brand new Linux users. And someone who gets a bad recommendation from someone who's just out of touch or could be a troll too, is going to install Arch and have the whole brand image of Linux ruined in them because they had such a bad, difficult time trying to set up Arch as a new user. And even then, like I was saying, Ubuntu is still known as a brand new user-friendly desktop. And like I said, I don't think Ubuntu is that beginner-friendly anymore. And distributions like that are giving Linux as a whole a bad brand perception, even if the distribution itself is doing exactly its specific goal perfectly. Like, I'm not trying to hate on Arch and Gentoo and NixOS here. These are all really great distributions that you have a lot of control over your distro, and they do exactly what they intend to do. But the problem is just the Linux brand has to encompass all of these different things instead of just one specific product or project. So how can a distro work around this? Well, I think the solution is to push itself as its own platform. So going back to SteamOS, yes, in the technical specs, they do put that it's based on Arch Linux, because even Valve wanted to say, I use Arch, by the way, but they don't market specifically that they're a Linux project. They market powered by SteamOS on the Steam Deck and things like that. And Chrome OS is another example. And some people may be reluctant to call Chrome OS a Linux distro, but part of why people are reluctant to do that is because they do such a good job at pushing itself as its own platform. Chrome OS is actually based on Gentoo, And you can do a lot of Linuxy things in Chrome OS. Like you can run Linux containers and through that even run like Flatpaks and do all of that sort of thing. And that's a distribution of Linux that has actually been able to establish itself in the consumer mainstream market. Now, I'm going to come back to this idea in the next slide, but just another huge problem with Linux is the choice overload really hurts Linux for the mainstream population. And I mentioned this a little bit with when I was talking about KDE, but Linux people, they ask, which distribution should I use? Which desktop should I use? Which package format should I use? Should I be using X11 or Wayland? Should I be using an LTS or a rolling release? What init system should I run? Linux people are into trying to figure out all of that stuff. That's part of the fun of using Linux. But everyone else is asking what OS just works. So I think another benefit of marketing a Linux distro here as its own platform is a platform like that is able to make difficult tech choices for you and remove this choice overload that Linux currently has. Now, what I'm not saying is I do not think a upstream project trying to do something like this should just straight abandon Linux and just sort of take advantage of the stack to build something. I don't think that should be going on. And I think SteamOS is, again, another example of treating this correctly. SteamOS has a bunch of developers working on things like KDE Plasma, Wine/Proton, a bunch of gaming-related stuff, even kernel work. Valve is doing a lot to make Linux as a whole a very good and usable platform. But in terms of the actual marketing, they're able to market SteamOS as its own thing, which then is actually able to get people using Linux for a gaming platform on the Steam Deck. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is app support on Linux. Now, app support has been getting much better, especially game support thanks to Proton. But at the same time, there's still going to be key apps like Microsoft Office and Photoshop that you cannot run on Linux. And these are killer apps when it comes to Windows and Mac OS. Luckily, a lot of the software industry is moving to the software as a service industry. And while there is a lot of drawbacks for the consumer of the software as a service transition, like, for example, instead of a one-time purchase, you're usually paying monthly. And because these are all web applications, they can just update things instantly. And it's because it's a website, you can't revert it or have any control over that. So if they make a huge change that breaks your workflow, you're out of luck. But I do think that these web apps can serve as a really good stopgap for people coming to Linux for the first time. So you now have web versions of Microsoft Office and even Photoshop here. And as a university student, most of my friends actually prefer the web version over the desktop version because they have all these collaboration features for things like group work and things like that. And so I believe that if a Linux system is able to properly integrate web apps here, then I think that could be a huge advantage to actually help handhold people in their transition to using a Windows or Mac OS alternative. Now, unfortunately, the web app integration in Linux is very lackluster at the moment. So right here in this picture, this screenshot, I have a little Chromium web app right here. And if you look closely, the title bar is thin. It has a bad margin between buttons like this, things like that. And all this seems really nitpicky, but first impressions, again, matter. And little things like this make Linux look like an unstable and experimental platform. You really need to polish things like this up. The other solution is there's Peppermint OS back in the day introduced something called ICE, which would let you make site-specific browsers. And then the modern version of this, Linux Mint, would fork this into the Linux Mint Web App Manager, which is the same thing and uses the same thing behind the scenes, but actually has a much better user interface for doing it. The problem with these is it just hijacks a existing web browser and creates a new instance / profile of that. And so if you were to open an external link, it would open in a broken, malformed version of that web browser that is being hijacked. And so that doesn't have a very good experience either. And I will say I am part of the problem here because I was actually a maintainer of ICE when I was a teenager, and I wasn't able to find a solution for the browser hijacking when I was involved with these projects. So I looked over to macOS, and macOS does this perfectly. It's able to use because Apple also makes Safari, they're able to take Safari's engine and be able to very heavily integrate it into the system and create very good web app experiences with things like the title bars being able to match the colors of the web apps and things like that. Now, I built a technology similar to this for StillOS called Swy. Now, we aren't using WebKit GDK because that just can't run the majority of web apps well, and that is a bad experience. So we are using Electron to do this, but I basically remade libid-weta header bars. I didn't mean to do that, but I remade libid-weta header bars right here, and I made it so it actually matches the color scheme of the website. So this is Photopea, by the way. If you need a good Photoshop replacement on Linux that's a little bit more viable to use for work than GIMP is, because this has a lot more features that Photoshop has that GIMP is missing. This is a great app to check out, by the way. But if I change the theme right here, the title bar is actually going to adjust with the theme. And so, and then if I were to open an external link here somewhere, like if I go here, I'm just trying to find something that is going to go outside. Twitter, right here. It's actually going to open it in your web browser, that same web browser I was using to present my slides right here. So it's just going to give you a much more polished experience to use these web apps, and it really makes these web apps feel at home. Even some of the web apps are actually able to interact with each other. Like I have Notion right here, and if I were to open Notion Calendar through this, it actually opens the Notion Calendar web app right here instead of the web app in the same type of window. And so it really makes these web apps feel like a native and desktop experience when you're using them. And I think this could be a perfect stopgap for things like Microsoft Office, Photoshop, things like that. Because now, if people go to the Software Center and they type Microsoft Word, instead of people getting frustrated because they get some random program they've never heard of called LibreOffice instead, now they can actually open a web app for what they're already used to. And I think it serves as really good handholding that people can use and they're actually ready to switch to something open source like LibreOffice or OnlyOffice. Now, even without the common apps, I still believe that Linux could catch up. If you look back at 2002, I can't remember where I found this article because this slide I made a while ago, but back then Windows had 97.46% market share and macOS only had 1.43% market share. But through just improving macOS constantly and polishing it up and then integrating it with Apple's other products, like at the time it would be an iPod and then eventually it became iPhones, macOS was able to create an experience that was worth switching to, even if it didn't have the app support at the time. And through that, nowadays, macOS has 25% market share in the United States right here. So I believe Linux right now, we have more market share than macOS did in the past. If developers make the right moves in the Linux space, I believe we could make a comeback the same way macOS did back in the day. Now, Chrome OS is another case study here to look at. Chrome OS proves that people will use a non-Windows or Mac desktop if it's simple and easy to use. And Web First is an acceptable standard for schools, students, families, and offices alike. So it's an example of the app gap being reduced just from having good enough web app integration. But also worth mentioning, Chrome OS won because it was on devices that you could go out and buy at like a Best Buy. Now, I'm not saying we should do a full, complete web-first operating system the same way Chrome OS does, but if you have a Linux system that already has great integration with like normal Linux apps and everything, right? And then you add the web app integration from Chrome OS on top of that, and like I said, use that as a stopgap. I think that this is the ultimate chance to actually build something that people can actually use for daily work without needing to worry about technical support, things like that. It's something people can actually figure out to use. Now, the last point I want to make is, like I mentioned with Chrome OS, we need to actually get this in front of people. So Valve's doing a very good job with this with SteamOS, back to them. they're building a whole experience around the OS on a handheld where you can play your entire backlog of Steam while you're laying in bed. And they're using this to actually build out a whole new platform that has been able to accelerate Linux gaming. So if we have cool new hardware like this that can be for niche purposes, but is using Linux behind the scenes, I think that is a great way to encourage more Linux adoption. Additionally, I think if we start putting a stable Linux OS on things like refurbished computers and like recycled computers and give those out to people in need, and they can do their work on them and use them to better themselves, that is a great opportunity to get more people learning how to use a Linux system as well. And then the last idea I have right now to get Linux in front of people is if you need to maintain like a fleet of Windows computers, the IT for it is very expensive. You have to pay for all these Windows licenses, get your own servers, hire IT staff. And I think if we use some of the atomic like bootc technology or something like NixOS, we could have these small consulting companies be able to manage whole IT fleets through the atomic Linux technology and use that also as a way to get Linux out to businesses, where then the employees have to use the Linux system and then they're going to realize that it's a better experience than Windows, and then maybe they might consider Linux for their next computer. So a summary of all the things I'm going to be trying to with StillOS in order to make this dream possible. One, right now, we are very entwined with the Linux ecosystem, but as StillOS grows, I want to sort of develop a whole new brand that isn't related to the Linux brand alongside Linux. So I want people to be talking about how good and stable StillOS specifically is and not have to worry about talking about Arch getting grouped in with StillOS. And then also, like I said, the heavy web app integration, I think, is a really good stopgap for the app problem that Linux has right now. And I also think we just need to be focusing more on stability and the overall user experience. We really need to get all of the Wayland stuff ironed out as soon as possible. We need to get all the Flatpak problems ironed out. Even the atomic file systems, yes, while it makes things way more stable, there are still a little bit of small amounts of usability problems, like how hard it is to overlay things like drivers onto it. And so we need to really be focusing on the things that affect the usability of the Linux experience. And that's something I will be trying to do with StillOS. And then finally, we just need to get something like this in front of people. Like I said, more Linux devices, recycling centers and computer labs, things like that. All of these are great ways to drive Linux adoption. So I've been looking for contributors. It says I've been developing StillOS by myself for 3 years. That's a little inaccurate because I have had new contributors come in the last 2 months, and I have been getting help developing things. But I'm still looking for new contributions. I really want to build a community around StillOS. So you don't have to be a programmer to help. Eventually, I'm going to be turning the App Store in StillOS to be something way more interactive with like blog posts with blog posts with app recommendations, things like that, even like screens where you can find alternatives for common Photoshop apps. So I'll need people to help curate the App Store and do things like that. Even if you just have new ideas on something that could help improve the Linux experience for people, that is very helpful to the StillOS project here. And with that, I did have to switch this talk to be virtual because I was sick when I would have needed to travel here, and I still am a little bit sick, but I wasn't able to show up in person because of that. But after this talk and even after questions, I will be hanging out in Discord VC if anyone wants to talk to me about StillOS, and there will be a QR code for that. So this is my call to the Linux community to design for everyone, not just Linux users. Build for the top 90%, students, families, offices, creators, prioritize stability and ease of use, treat the web as a first-class citizen, and meet people where they are, stores, labs, refurbs channels. With that, that's the end of my talk. Feel free to send any thoughts you have to my personal email, and then this QR code right here is for Discord. Yeah, I can hear you guys, but I can't see people anymore. There we go. I can see it now. Hello. Uh, so Android like pretty much hard forks the Linux kernel, and even like device support ends up getting put into different random various forks of the kernel. And that is also why it's so hard to build custom ROMs. You have to build a custom ROM for every single device tree. And so uh, I don't really think Android does that much to help the Linux ecosystem because they're barely doing anything upstream at all. I don't even think it uses GNU core utils or anything like that. So I do think Android is a good example of a separate platform, but I also don't think it really helps Linux adoption at all. Whereas Chrome OS, on the other hand, is close enough to Linux that I think that does help with Linux adoption. Google is using Gentoo to build on top of Chrome OS, and I believe they have contributed upstream to Gentoo. And on top of that, there's all these Linux container features built into uh, Chrome OS and things like that that help introduce people to Linux.
Hey Cameron, you mentioned that you tested out the desktop environment on college students. Could you talk a little bit more about that? How many students, what the general feedback was?
It was only a few, but basically I took a bunch of people that were in my classes who are not tech savvy at all, and I was trying out variations of the custom GNOME layout people that I have. I was basically just handing people my laptop on a fresh user account and giving them certain tasks like, can you open an app easily? Like, what would you do to open an app? And can you install an app through the software center? And I was just sort of observing them do certain like very common tasks to see if they could figure it out without help. And that was how I came to the design that I ended up shipping for StillOS. But even then, I'm still iterating and taking feedback. Like one of the defaults, this isn't the default layout, by the way. This is my preferred layout, but it's I didn't put my preferred layout as the default because this is confusing for some people. This is just how I like using GNOME. But even with that, the default layout I did ship out auto hid the taskbar. And while the college students I tested it on were able to figure out how to open an app and everything, I have been getting a lot of feedback to remove the auto hiding as a default because it's confusing people. And that is going to be something I will be doing in the next update. And so you just have to learn how to talk to the type of people you're targeting and just be able to take their feedback well, take criticism, and iterate. Yeah.
I guess
person in
I'm
the
a
back.
little worried that this push towards accessibility is kind of risks moving away from the spirit of Linux. Because I think a lot of the reason that proprietary systems are so locked down is to make them dummy proof. And I'm wondering if you're at all concerned about that with this effort.
So I agree with you a little bit that some of the design decisions I'm making are against sort of the spirit of open source and Linux. I actually do agree with you on that, but at the same time, the current like market of Linux just isn't able to target people who don't care about that, which is, to be honest, most people. Most of the mainstream doesn't care about things like that. And so if we want them to be using an open platform at all, you do have to make some sacrifices in some places. That said, that is another argument for marketing StillOS as its own platform is you can sort of separate it to where if you don't want a system like that, you can go use a traditional system. Whereas if this is something you're looking for and you're just looking to get your work done on a system that isn't going to nag you, then StillOS can exist in that ecosystem too. Does that answer your question? It's just about more options too. Just even if this isn't a thing that everyone would want, it's an extra option for the people who could use something like this. Sorry.
No worries. When talking about getting the interest out, maybe
utilizing DistroWatch. That's what I've been referring anybody to. Just like go to DistroWatch, check out the top 15, see what kind of fits. Do you plan to have still less, or is it already listed on DistroWatch?
Yeah, we are listed on DistroWatch already, but I'm also I just had the first stable release very recently in the last month, and I did get a lot of feedback, but there's still some things I want to change before I'm ready for like the entire Linux space to be covering it. So I've intentionally at the moment not emailed press yet, but I'm actually in my finals week right now for university, and as soon as my finals are done, I'm gonna be putting all my prioritization into this update that I'm gonna do. That should be out about 2 weeks after my finals, and then once I get that update out and it's polished enough for like mainstream attention, that's when I'm gonna be going on my press run.
I was curious. The web app sandboxing looks really cool. Sorry, when you put a web app in its own window, is it also kind of sandboxed, like containerized? Or using secret? Could you just tell me more about the sandboxing technology for the web apps?
Yeah, so there's basically two types of web apps. So some of the web apps are just one-off web apps, and I'm trying to think of an example. Apple Music, for example, this is the only web app I have in the Apple ecosystem at the moment. And so by itself, this web app isolates itself completely. But when there's multiple web apps installed that may, for some reason, need to be able to share cookies and things, like I used Notion apps talking to each other as an example earlier. So the Notion ecosystem, these are all isolated specifically to the Notion apps, basically. And then none apps outside of the Notion ecosystem aren't able to like share cookies or anything. But the apps that we set up to work together are able to share things like that. So it's kind of isolated on like a web app vendor level. Yeah. Yeah, I can open a file real quick to show you what one of these web apps looks like. So Nano, yes, I'm not using Vim. You make fun of me. Or it's user local share apps, and I'll do Notion. Oh, I think it's so. Some of these apps like I built while I was making them, but as you can see right here, these are the allowed URLs. So if it either hits a URL that isn't in the allowed URLs, or there is an explicit not allowed URL, which right here I have the other ecosystem apps for that as an example. So it knows to actually open the other apps in the correct app. That using these two URLs will open in the regular Notion app. These URLs will open in either the Notion calendar app or the Notion mail app. And then every other URL will open in your browser and not share cookies or anything. So it's supposed to just feel a lot more native without all of the weird like clunk that the other web app technology is using. The only problem is I don't expect beginners to be able to make a file like this to build one of these web apps. So the way we're doing this is still HQ, and then also just contributors make these files, and then users just grab them from the App Store. Yep.
And with Cosmic Desktop.
Oh, nice.
The Cosmic Store is a Rust reimplementation that does use AppStream data. So if you do want to look at something that is quite fast, it is Flatpak enabled first, uses PackageKit in the back end. So if you have PackageKit integration, it is a pretty nice brand new Rust code base to be able to take a look at things.
Awesome. I built this App Store too. It's still a little bit MVP. I'm going to be working on adding more things to it, but I was having one. I've noticed that just a lot of app stores on Linux tend to be very buggy, especially on Debian and Ubuntu-based distros like GNOME Software Center and KDE Discover. So, sorry, I know Pop! OS is based on Ubuntu too. I haven't tried Cosmix, but one of the nice things about building a stack like this for my own OS is I don't have to worry about other Linux distros. So I was able to design this around only the tech still OS uses and not have to worry about having to support every single package manager, which is the problem PackageKit is trying to solve. So the apps through this are able to like far more consistently install on the first try because it's bypassing PackageKit entirely. And I also want to do some experimental things where in the future, some of the apps that have Flatpak issues like Steam and web browsers, for example, I want to maybe move those to maybe instead install a Nix package and be able to pick the one that works the best for the user so that they don't have to think about it. Okay.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much for coming to the talk.
And then we can do
Anyone else need the QRL before we stop? Can I say QRL?